Am I live? Am I actually working? Like, really, truly working? Where did I put that one? Oh, there it is. Alright. Aha! Yay! Yay! I do seem to have working audio. Huzzah! Huzzah! Alright, so let's get in here so I can see the chat. Aha! There we go. And can I break out the live chat? Yes, I can. I can pop out the live chat. Sweet. Can I make you bigger? No? There's just no... There's nothing here about... I can't change the font size or anything. You're just terrible, YouTube. Alright. Whatever. Well, that's cool. I will. I guess I'll keep the chat like right there so I can see it while I'm doing things, and you guys can see it. We'll have that going on. Alright. Now, let me just double check. Did the link go out? Yes, it did. Alright. Sweet. So, we'll give time for people to show up. Well, if people show up, but we'll find out. It'll be cool. Is it maybe just that it's Labor Day? It is Labor Day, right? I mean, my mailbox is closed, and I find that only happens on holidays. Yeah. Hey, yeah, there we go. Alright, well, where do we stand on this? Where has my little experiment gotten me so far? Hey, hello guys. Glad you're here. Thanks for joining. Feel free to say hi in the chat. This is where I was basically gonna let you guys tell me where I should put the tips you sent. Did spend a little bit on one little thing that I think you'll be interested to find out about. But that is where, yeah, as far as people show up and let me know, I figured we can either figure out where to put some of the tips you sent, apart from one little thing that I got that is going to be part of an announcement. But I will save that as people roll in and can say things. And whether or not they ever say anything in the chat. Gonna be like all quiet now and stuff. Is that how it goes? I am glad to find out that YF Beta did well for people. That's nice. Very glad the little audit there seemed to help out. Not sure if I'm claiming all the credit. I mean, clearly the people that were, the community that was there was helping out, and they were a bunch of great guys. They were eager to get involved. They are really pleased with what is being designed there. And so, yeah. And I think it's going to be a nice little project. It'll be something quite handy in everyone's portfolio. But that is where I did say 10 p.m. Central Time, right? Yeah. Yeah, alright. That should be fine. Hello. Welcome. Welcome. We're giving some time for people to roll in because I started looking at the tips people sent in and I thought, you know, we could run a little experiment. You could tell me where you think that stuff should go. So, did do one point of investment because there was one that I have been asked about that in taking a glance at it, it seemed to be reasonable, and that's harvest.finance. So, I already filled one request from a viewer and took that and invested in harvest.finance. That one I did through the USDT that was set in. And so we will see how that goes. Haven't reviewed the code for harvest.finance myself yet, but we will see how it goes. Hey, fantastic. YF Beta sent you over. Beautiful, magnificent. I appreciate that. I'm really glad that project is working out for people. I'm sure it's just the market and like just how things go weird, but I am particularly tickled that right now in the market, with everything bottoming out, the first thing I did an audit for, and the only one that I've done a follow-up on the service for, is doing just fine. So, I don't know if I should take this as too much of an ego stroke, but I figure the best thing I can do is interpret that as a wonderful sign from the community and the universe that I should definitely pursue this and continue on. Make sure that, well, I mean, everyone seems to be enjoying this. Everyone's liked what's happened so far. Everyone seems to be getting value out of it, which I appreciate. It's been a hoot. I love going through code, analyzing things, figuring out how things work. So I'm looking to keep this up, and I've got a announcement on something I'm going to be working on in this same line to try to broaden out and expand it, get more of the community involved. Because, to be honest, until I can wrap up some current contracts that I'm entangled in, I'm not regretting. I'm just saying, like, I have stuff that I previously committed to that I need to finish. So, gonna need time to be able to finish that out and get through there. But, yeah. That's where I think I've got some good traction on my ideas, some interest from some investors, some firms to help implement that, some DAOs that are interested in the idea, and yeah, that's where I think we can get a good service for the community. But I will save that as people roll in. For right now, for the folks that are here, you're beautiful. Thank you for coming in. Thank you for hopping in early and paying attention. This one's going to be, as you saw from the name, a bit different. I was not going to go necessarily through a code review. I was going to take points from the audience on where they had, I mean, anyone that sent it in, take input on where you think that what I should be doing with the tips you had sent in, and be able to track that through. Also, take a look at my little experimentation wallet, because you guys have my ETH address now, cyotee.eth. It should be in the profiles, descriptions, all of that. And so that's where, well, if you guys now have the address and take a look at it, might as well make that a little bit available to you. And so in there, this is where we can kind of use it as an experimentation, kind of put stuff in places and see how that goes. And, well, maybe have like a community little investment tracker there. That's where I have been really loving this Bloxy.info site. It's fantastic. It makes tracking things so much easier. Now, it's not exactly like a portfolio management site. Zapper is clearly better. I mean, Zapper is intended to manage a portfolio, and again, this is just my little experimentation wallet where folks are sending money and as tips, and where I play around with some of the stuff that's out there and just kind of make sure things work, really. The whole sector's amazing that even the stuff I'm throwing in here to experiment with something is turning a fucking profit. Like, I love this. This is why I'm so glad that so many people have jumped on into this sector, that they're already sinking money in here, finding value in it, because this really is the beginning of something big. This whole DeFi thing, the entire adoption of, being able to have intelligent money. Because I really don't understand the Bitcoin maximalists. I'm not knocking them exactly. I don't necessarily like to call anyone either completely fucking retarded and missing the point, or maybe controlled opposition. But yeah, I don't understand the Bitcoin maximalists, because like, Bitcoin's dumb. Bitcoin is just digital gold. That's neat and all, but that's like, goddamn Ethereum, fucking EOS. What's going on with Chainlink, Polkadot? Like, we can have money that is more than just a digital replication of what we have in the real world. Oh. How big do I think YFV can get within its 2 new releases? Okay, well, I am not that great at making predictions on the market or doing trend analysis, so I'll reserve on saying that I'm not trying to dodge the question, but I don't want to be like any of the other trading YouTubers and try to give trading tips in that case. I am going to answer it, but I'm just saying this up of what I like and how my investment strategy is. I invest in technology that I think is innovative and going to be useful. So all of this DeFi stuff, it's absolutely fantastic. The market needs it. It's beautiful, but I'm not really a trader. I don't really give a shit about money markets and exchanging shit like that. I care about utility and funding technology. So, with that said, I will say that from what I have seen and heard of YFV and their 2 new releases, I have not dug very far into the code yet. They definitely do have a good business model there. Like, the economics work out, the process of, arbitraging that and actually realizing value through that is sound. The math holds up as far as I've been able to like work out without doing like real calculations, just glancing through it. So yeah, I think it'll be useful. I think that it will actually turn a profit. Like all of these schemes, they work. And pardon, I should set the expectation. When I say profit scheme or something like that, I just mean like what the intent of how it's supposed to work is. That's all. The way the profit scheme is laid out is, yeah, it should be able to reliably make money so long as it has liquidity to be able to operate. How much? I'm going to have a hard time predicting, but at this point, I will say that so long as everything works, this sector is so new and there is so much room to grow. I'm gonna have a hard time seeing that anything short, like anything that functions, is gonna have a hard time gaining money. I mean, so long as you don't fall prey to the FOMO, like, oh no, I could have had that giant gain over there, and kind of just, satisfy that you're in, you have your tokens, you got your bag full, you're getting a return, and that's gonna be useful and realizable, then just go with that. Because I'm gonna say with everything, like if somebody missed out on YFV, if you're trying to pick out like which thing should I buy on the dip, again, my experience with new sectors that open up, because I've survived and lived through a few technological innovations in a few different areas and seen how they change absolutely everything. As they grow, you kind of can't help but make money. Um, oh yeah, your follow up was is wifey purely just better than all the others? That's just it. This is what it's leads to my tip that I was posting earlier on you like diversifying and spreading it out. I can't really say whether wifey versus YFV or YFL. YFL, if you're referring to fuel, let me be sure here if that's the yfuel.finance that you're talking about, YFL. Yeah, if it's this one here, I haven't had a chance to see anything about it. I haven't been able to, like, they're in a Telegram group. Actually, no, supposedly they're in a Telegram group, but that's not even live. So, I don't like urine.fuel. I am very skeptical about it. I'm very hesitant. If I have the wrong site, then let me know, because we've got urine.finance, but it says urine.fuel. Am I getting it wrong? Or sorry, yfuel.finance. This one is YFL. Alright, well, let me go find the information on CoinGecko. CoinGecko is lovely. I find them beautiful, fantastic, magnificent for finding stuff. That way you can be absolutely sure you're getting the right thing. So let me make sure I know what you're talking about. Oh, the YF link. Right, thank you. Sorry, we're using so many fucking letters here. Yes, YF link. I like this one. I really do. This one looks to be pretty goddamn good on what they're doing here. That's because I'm bullish on the tech that they have going on here. So, for that, basically to answer your question straight up front, YFI, YFV, YF beta, those good, solid investments, they're all roughly doing the same thing in the sense that they're arbitrage bots. And that's useful, that's good. They're going to go through and constantly move money around and make that money for us, and that's beautiful. They're automating a portion of the market that needs to be automated. And they're doing it in a way that is fair, elegant. It's going to make sure that it realizes all that lovely market potential that's sitting out there and make sure that it doesn't get lost to humans. But fundamentally, excuse me, but fundamentally, they are doing the same thing that traders and stock exchanges and various markets have done throughout all of history. And they're great. I love it. But I'm saying all of that to point out that Link, therefore Chainlink, so to be clear, talking about the actual Chainlink tech, where we're talking about that nice tamper-proof um, cross-chain activity, where how it can have that real-world input and output, and thus can interact across multiple chains or integrate with the outside world. This this is gonna change everything. If you thought DeFi blew up the market, oh my god, fucking Chainlink and Polkadot. So if you take any consideration, if you take any look at what has happened with Ren and Wrapped BTC, we're going to see the same thing here. Oh, nice. Diversified across them. Beautiful. That is what I generally recommend. Yes, buy across. Since they're, now I'm going to come back to Chainlink here, but in the case, since all the others are roughly doing the same thing, that's beautiful. They've got slightly different schemes on how they're doing it. So some of them are using slightly different assets, some of them are going through different arbitrage algorithms to try to realize that value. They might be checking prices and stuff in various places that to make those trades. That is stuff that can pretty much always make money. The only time it might not make a profit is it just didn't notice or have time to get in on a deal, or doesn't have the liquidity to properly make that profitable. So in those cases, you're really, the worst they can do is just stop making money. So long as they all have code, and for the most part I did see that they had code that like doesn't make a trade if it's not successful, or it's not going to be a profitable trade, then like I said, the worst that happens is they just sit there not doing anything, and technically there's no actual profit generated. I will point out this is one of the reasons why, and again, I have not looked at the code for the others in depth, because to be honest, I've been trying to focus on new stuff. I really see that open in the market and the community here for jumping on code as it hits the chain and doing that review on the chain. So I'm happy to review code from pre-release. I'm happy to review code after it's released, but those are going to be seriously deep priority. Well, I should say, lowest priority would be it's already out and active. Fine, it's out and active. I'll do a review at some point if I need to fill the time or whatever. But fuck it. I want to keep ahead and focus on things. I'll get back to those eventually. For pre-release code, I'll review those and give an assessment on what I think it will be like. But I like to point out to everyone that technically what you see in GitHub has no correlation, or we don't know that it has any correlation to what's on the blockchain. Hence why most of my focus is going to be getting those tips on something that has just launched or is just about to launch, getting in place, grabbing the contract off the chain with Etherscan, decompiling that, and going through it live. And I've having done this a couple times, I think I've got a feel for structuring it. And so for those things, I'll be trying to get a fast answer as quickly as possible. But that's where they're great. Diversify, spread out across them, make your choice on which one you think based on their trading strategy and what their returns are projected to be, what they're stating, that you want to like weight your distribution. If you really don't know how to calculate that, or how to make your decision on the strategy or something, just spread it out evenly. At this point, I would say that if you get over the FOMO of, oh shit, I didn't sink everything into one thing and get all of those nice gains, think about all the people out there that sunk everything into one thing and the number of times you've seen something just drop off a goddamn cliff. So don't be that guy that tried to maximize your gains by putting all of your eggs in one basket. Don't put all your coins in one bag and then have a problem. As far as YFL is, and I see your question there of YFV. I will come take a look at that. So, YFL, since Chainlink is such an innovative technology and it's going to enable so much expansion and innovation in crypto, it's not the only one. Polkadot is also good, but since we've got a YFL that is already looking to do DeFi and arbitrage with Link, by all means, I heavily weight YFL and Link way more than I do, damn near anything else that's out there. So,
All right. That's also a reason why I'm into Ample. As far as YFV, if I remember correctly, that is YFV dot finance. Over here, this is one. This is why I haven't done a recommendation of them, or a assessment, and I can, but I'm not gonna like push them as hard. I will say first off, again, not a financial advisor. I'm not engaged to do this professionally. Thus, I am just a computer nerd that loves crypto, loves DeFi, hates the government, and wants to help educate people so that you can make the best decisions in your life. So you can know what to look for, what to research. That said, since I'm not giving advice on things that I have a vested interest in, I will tell you that I have a vested interest in YFV. So, I am in YFV. You can even see here that I got in my test, I have a little bit of an investment with BAT. I really don't give a shit about BAT. It's neat, it's cool, and I think it's going to take off. I really think that once they get their SDK out there, there's going to be a lot of stuff that bounces and shows up in the creator and advertising space with that. Because once we've got Link in place, once BAT finally rolls out their SDK, and people can start integrating it with like BitChute and Mastodon and Diaspora, then you're just gonna like that whole thing. If you thought things were crazy now with DeFi, keep in mind that we're right now just in position to be revolutionizing high finance. But the stuff we're doing, this is really high finance, you know? This is this is the stuff that only like serious traders of the normies do. Most people are not involved in the sort of stuff we're dealing with in DeFi. And so once we have that pushed out to something like advertising, where that's that's an environment where the normies there are used to not understanding how the tech works. Like marketers don't know how Google AdSense works, really. They just know it's supposed to do a thing, it seems to do that thing. I can get metrics on it doing its job, and cool, it's easy to use. I'll just do it. But they don't like actually understand the machine learning, the user tracking, and the really creepy 1984 sort of like personal profile the whole thing is keeping on people. They just know, cool, I tell the nerds to do my advertising, and they do my advertising, and I seem to get money back. So far we'll keep doing that. Once they'll just you bring this in, and they're not gonna give a shit. They're not used to caring about the tech. They're just like, okay, does it work? Do you have any examples of it working? And how much is it going to cost me to get some sort of return? So, as far as Chainlink, so yeah, I'm in YFV. I throw my BAT since I don't give a shit about it really. I mean, it's nice and all, but it's just not part of my investment strategy or something I want to manage. I throw my BAT in here. To experiment with it, I did take some BAT that I had and just round it off to get a little bit more. Threw it through Compound to get Ethereum, which I then like leveraged further, and ultimately had that Ethereum to buy more BAT, and then in buying more BAT, ultimately came back and where did it go? Oh yeah, over there in YFE. Ultimately came back and then put that into the balancer pool for YFV. On my main wallet, I'm kind of spread out across a lot of these and taking advantage of them, so do that. I just diversifying everything. As far as Link, I think the 4 billion market cap is undervalued. I think 4 billion market cap after it launches, whenever they finally launch, based on how fast crypto development moves compared to the rest of software development and what that's going to enable, I'd probably project that when Chainlink launches, it'll take a little while to get rolling. That's usually how these things go. They take a while to get rolling. It takes time for developers to know how to use the tech, to work out some of the code, be able to make some of those modifications, and experiment with it, actually get something realized.
Once one team gets that done, then it's everyone can start like seeing what they did, especially in the world of open source and here where all the code's on the chain, and then you can start replicating that and adapting it very quickly. So I'd probably put it that after it comes out, you'll see a few initial projects, either 6 months to or 3 months to 6 months after it's out. That will, I'd project a dip. Sorry, when it launches, I project a spike. Then, if there isn't a like valuable integration out within the first 3 months, I'd be expecting some declines there. Might get boosted up if they can really keep the hype up and really keep to some timelines that aren't too long for when things are going to launch. Um, and then once that first project launches properly, and so long as it's a good one providing real value, then I would say very shortly after that. I mean, that's the sort of thing that you're going to want to be there at the trading window when it launches, and probably there for like the 2 or 3 hours after. Um, like get coffee, make it your day for God's sakes, and then watch that thing jump the fuck up. Pray to God that there isn't a problem with whatever launches on that, because if there's a crap shitfest on the first launch, the whole thing's fucked. Not screwed over entirely, but he's going to have some serious problems recovering. I have no reason to think that's happening. I'm just telling you how things go when you're launching software projects. So yeah, and then after that, take off, and it'll just kind of go parabolic from there as more gets built out and more gets added in. Because since since Chainlink is going to tokenize the real world. See, that's the thing. So far, we've been tokenizing finance, and that's fine, because finance is fairly abstract. There's not physical things that we necessarily have to deal with in finance. We've been able to do some interesting stuff, but we're somewhat limited. YF Link. YF Link good. YF Link good because Link good. I like the Link tech. I therefore like the YF Link idea of doing an arbitrage bot around Link. Yes, good. In fact, I would almost say that probably the best way to handle... I mean, personally, I'm a big fan of automation and leaving it to the computer. So I am going to be taking my personal Link and funneling that into YF Link to realize further profits out of that. And basically, I'm probably just going to let it ride in YF Link unless something else comes up, because I think this is going to be the best way for me to manage my investment in Link without having to think about it. Because if YF Link does its job properly and builds out their ecosystem on, actually managing Link assets, therefore gaining access to cross-chain, because that's the big thing. Once they've got fucking Link and they're integrated with that, holy shit. Now they're the DeFi project that's first working across chain. Having a cross-chain DeFi is going to be the most valuable investment in the fucking world. And because Chainlink is then going to start tokenizing real-world events, I mean, think about it. What if you're starting to tokenize like material coming out of factories and actual events happening in the world, like actual things occurring? Be all in on YF Beta. Not a problem there. I would personally recommend always diversifying in those things, but all right, that's yes, easily going to go up. I will always say though, be cautious putting all your eggs in one basket. I will always recommend diversifying, and I will always say that, kind of like buying insurance that you never need to make a claim on, the FOMO of missing out on fully maximizing those gains by sinking everything into one token will easily be, like, as long as you think about it properly, will be easily held off by realizing that if that thing went tits up like hot dog or something, or like yams was an actual problem, not just a clusterfuck, then you're realizing, like, all right, I didn't maximize my gains there, but at least I had all this coverage across everything else. And I get to tend to remind that because I can also then see, like, well, something lost out pretty big, but it's okay. I've got all this other stuff. So I always recommend diversify, but if you're starting off, by all means, I understand you're starting off making like a $10 investment in a bunch of stuff just isn't terribly cost effective, giving some transaction fees. So, yeah, by all means, sink in on your first couple ones, make a good bet, YF beta, solid code. I am not going to see any problems with the protocol, and what it's doing, it should work just fine. Um, for the link point, yeah, that's where I think YF Link is going to be the big one. Like, I think this is going to fucking take off, because at a certain point, we'll be able to start doing DeFi with real-world events. Like, just imagine that somebody builds, or we integrate through Chainlink to weather data. And now we're collecting weather data, and we're able to trade weather data on the open market for understanding how that's going to affect. Because if someone is going through the work of collecting the weather data, understand, it's not the point. I have not made the announcement. I was given time for people to show up. I will be teasing that one. Just, bear with me there. I'd like to get up to at least, like, the 25 viewers. So you guys pimp it out, let people know, try to get them in here so I can make that announcement. I will do it I will do it in an hour one way or another, but I like to pump those numbers up so we can get more people involved and tell folks about it. But in this case, where was I? Right. Just consider, it's not necessarily that there's value in the weather data itself in a token form, but in the token, if you have a tokenized form of, I don't know what that is. Is that a Peach Man face? Oh, by all means, thank you. Well, fantastic. Go for it. If you liked my audits, my announcement is around making the audits better, bigger, and community-driven and funded so that we can get more of them happening. But I got details on exactly how it's going to be done. So hang around. We'll dig into the details. I want to get some input from folks around there on how to organize such a thing, what sort of things you guys would find acceptable for structuring that. But in this case, yeah, for things like being able to tokenize like the weather data on Link, that's where, again, it's not so much that the weather data itself is valuable, but it's a way to represent and compensate people for that. Because you could easily have a case where something is producing weather data, it is minting out weather data tokens on a regular basis, it's constantly updating them, and now we can have a token that we're not concerned about the supply. In fact, there's actually value in having this, because this is sort of what I'm getting at with like what Chainlink can do and what the crazy stuff is going to be capable of through DeFi. Imagine that there's a company that collects weather data, packages that up into tokenized form, so that way that it can be traded around. We don't have to put the data in the token. We could reference it in IPFS, but the intention is that the token acts as an index for that. And people then that, like, let's say, all right, you are an investor, like, let's say you're a shipping and supply company. Well, you might want to know about that weather data. And so now, rather than have to do this like weird, big, complicated contract with the weather data company so that you can know what's going to happen with your ships, you can just go on the open market, provide like a potential list. You can post a price to say, okay, I'd like to offer up a perpetual future on this weather data, provided the tokens in the weather data are not older than this time. Like, I want to make sure that I'm getting weather data out to the future and up to a time close to the present where it's actually useful to me. And then a company could see that and say, oh, well, fantastic. You know what? Take our weather data coin minter and point it at them. Now, that might seem weird because you'd be thinking like, but wait a minute, the weather data token is now an infinite currency. Yes, it is. That's fine. We don't care. Because what we're doing, one, we're not having to create multiple copies of the weather data. We're just pointing to the same thing on IPFS. This is a way
for the companies that need that weather data. They need the information on, harvest and crop futures. They need that information on certain political events that are coming on. They need to know what is happening with natural disasters. Was there an earthquake at the Perth gold mine? This is all information then that can be tokenized up, constantly pumped out into IPFS. The tokens can represent that index to IPFS. Those can be continually minted out for as long as the data is relevant. Then out on the market, because if we can have a timer for how old that data is, then we can get those tokens through. And like I said, if I'm a shipping and supply company, if I'm an agricultural company, and I want this information, I could set up a perpetual buy on this. They could start funneling the tokens to me, and I don't need to know who the fuck they are. Now, I'll probably want some validation on where this is coming from and such, but we can provide security and some verification, some reputation system around that, so that way I can go buy the data I need without having to actually coordinate with people. I don't have to have a contract with them. And if somebody comes out with a new weather data token, okay, they can just put up a market and just say, hey, I got new weather data, here it is. And there then can be a secondary market, because when that weather data gets so old that I no longer need it, like, all right, I don't need last week's. No, this is not a 48-hour stream. I did get some sleep last night. I don't sleep much, to be honest. Eating keto, trying to keep active, and generally loving my work. So, 12 hours of work isn't exhausting to me. I usually only sleep like 4 to 6 hours a night. Not all the time, too. Sometimes I just go like a full 36 hours, and then that's usually where I get an 8 hours sleep on the other side. I'm not really tired. It's just I don't sleep much. I don't really need to. Where am I? Right. It might also be my nootropic stack and the fact that I like coffee. So, now, when... So, where was I? Yeah, right. So that's where there can be then a secondary market on the tokens. Because, like, I'm an agricultural company or shipping supply. I no longer need last week's weather data. Yeah, I'll finish this up and wrap that. I no longer need last week's weather data, but a university might need last week's weather data. And I don't need this tokenized weather data anymore, but I've gone through it. I've churned through the information, and so rather than the university have to pay all the expense to try to get the weather data for their research, how about I just sell them my useless weather data, at least to me, out to them? And then dump on, tell to that university, like, look, I got some budget weather data. Can you give me a little something, because I have been holding this thing for a while, but as I hold it, it appreciates in value. And the university also can then enter into a fair arbitrage by saying, yeah, but I don't give a shit about the fact that your weather data is relatively new. I need vast archives of weather data, so no, I'm not going to buy it from you now, but if your weather data hangs around, I want to offer a future to short your weather data. Because you hold on to your weather data until it drops in price by getting so old that now it's only useful to like climatologists. And as the university, I'll just put in a short position on your weather data and wait for it to drop in value, and then it just automatically transfers to me. And I, as the person holding this, like the company that was using it, I don't have to think about this shit anymore. I just like, all right, do we use that? We just now have a bot that goes through, buys it, looks at the data, uses it, does whatever they need to, and then just like deposits the token in an exchange to say, all right, just sell this shit at whatever the going rate is. And now various people can just keep coming back and forth and like, oh, I need weather data, I get weather data, you get that, moving on. All right, so with that, let's go into Well, first off, question, am I a software engineer? Kind of. That's where I don't have the official title, because I never went to college. So I don't have, like, a degree in software engineering, and depending on how you say software engineering, I don't want to give them this impression that I'm, like, working on chips or rebuilding compilers or a whole new language or anything.
typically my role in the industry is described as a systems architect. Systems architect is generally designs the entire like computer system that people want to use. So, like as an example, when a bank, credit card processor, stock exchange, some other financial service company, like a loan company or a medical service company, usually around the medical data, um, I'll design the entire computer system that will process that data for them and do whatever work they need to do. In doing that, I tend to automate as much of the bureaucracy and manpower away. So most of the time, I put pencil neck bureaucrats and accountants kind of out of work. Mostly, they just have to find more work, and that kind of forces them to actually provide value in the market and produce something useful by finding more shit to do. Otherwise, the business is going to realize I can replace whole buildings of you with these computers. Um, it's kind of like a, justify your existence, you fucking white shirt pathetic. Anyway, um, so yeah, I don't really hate them. I'm just being flamboyant there. Mostly, I just make their jobs easier. I take the paperwork out of it. I take the stupid little decisions that people have to make. That's like, look, just do the math and make sure this loan adds up, and we'll buy it, sort of thing, and leave then the business people to making the decisions on like what decisions they want the computer system to make. So, like I said, they're good guys. They make decisions that I don't really understand. Um, I'll often ask them like, why do you want the computer system to do this? And mostly it comes down to either they explain something about economics that I'm like, I don't like that. So now I understand why I didn't know that thing about finance. Don't give a shit about what you're doing, but I'll totally automate it for you. Or they explain basically regulation. I try to tell them like, I could do that better. Why do you need it to be like this? Like, I don't have to have a 3-day SLA, service level agreement, on like processing credit card transactions. I could process the credit card transaction in about like 500 milliseconds. So why does it need to be 72 hours? And then they explain the regulations, they explain the various needs to catch up on things, and the fact that the whole system is just bogged down with this archaic stuff that is not, it's just not doing a great job in keeping up with the technology. And so therefore, they kind of just, they can't take advantage of the neat shit. So anyway, so yeah, mostly systems architect, but because I've been doing this my entire life, I kind of do everything. I don't make chips. I don't like design whole new programming languages. I don't get as far down as assembly. I really only like to get down as far as installing the operating system and Java, basically. But in that case, it's like I said, I can handle a lot from the beginning to the end. If given enough time, I can go from a pile of physical hardware to a functional international bank. Yeah. So, it'd take a lot of fucking time. Like, I'm not saying I can do it fast. Like, I've spent like years and years and years doing it, so that's why I have teams and work with a bunch of people. Do you have more invested in traditional markets or crypto? So, for the Rio DeFi, Rio, I don't know what the fuck this is. I brought it up here. I'm going to have to dig into this and find out what it is and how that's going. So, kind of while that's there, looks like it's a modification on... Oh! Parachains and state transitions, register them on the relay chain. Okay, so it looks like a enhanced, more scalable Ethereum. Cool! I like it. I think stuff like this, like Rio, I think stuff like,
yeah, stuff like Rio, stuff like Block, like Dot, EOS, um, all of this, they're going to take off. Like, they're the next thing. Much like we still have a lot of value locked up in Bitcoin because it was the first, and therefore, it's got a lot of momentum. Um, these Ethereum is going to be around. I wouldn't worry about it disappearing, especially the way that it grows and the fact that these things still need to refine themselves, come out, and gain adoption by showing real value. Um, do these as your long plays. But definitely, this is one of those things that if you can start buying it, I would treat these things, and this is what I do with my investments, and I'll get to the next question there. Yeah, some problems do eventually fix themselves. YouTube algorithm begins. Oh, sweet, thank you. Yes. So where was I? Oh, yes. So in this case, when something like Rio DeFi comes up, when you want to dump something into a long-term investment as kind of a long-term savings or retirement plan, like as an alternative, I'm not going to put, like, as a case here, the idea being is my retirement plan is not that I'm going to put money into a standard investment scheme that's going to keep getting me profit over time. My retirement plan is that I'm going to buy into what I think is going to be the next big thing, and thus I know I'm not technically realizing profits the entire way along, but when it does happen and I can realize those profits, I'll be there and ready to take them. So yeah, I would definitely recommend stuff like Dot, stuff like Chainlink, stuff like Rio DeFi, anything that is doing this improvement on what we're already doing. I know it might seem counterintuitive to say, like, yeah, okay, but this is just, I mean, looking at this, it seems like this is kind of like Ethereum and Tron smashed together with the ability to interoperate with existing applications and across chains, which then means, like, okay, awesome, you're kind of like Polkadot, you're providing functionality like Link, you're definitely like Ethereum, and depending on how the transaction fees are processed and how people are getting paid where, you might be a little like Tron or EOS. Like, all right, awesome, then great, buy it. I don't see any, the way these things are going, I don't see any of these dying. And I generally don't think that, see, I come from the mindset that there's no such thing as a natural monopoly. Like, it's just not possible. I tend to follow the political and historical philosophies that include things like hydraulic despotism and such. I point and say, okay, you can't have a natural monopoly. The only times where you would have a natural monopoly is actually because there's a limitation on technological innovation, that in order to properly leverage and capitalize on a natural resource, you effectively need the power and organization of a nation state. Perfect example would have been water and the irrigation system in ancient Babylon and Mesopotamia in general. Like, in those places, that's only possible, like, a group of farmers, a small handful of farmers, is not building out the massive irrigation system that's there. And so, in that case, it makes sense, like, all right, there's kind of a monopoly, but that's where I'm making the point of, if you have a natural monopoly, you just end up with a nation state. Like, you can't have a natural monopoly in a market, and if you do have a natural monopoly in a market, that thing just becomes the state. And so, something like this, there's going to be all over the place. There's going to be, oh, ETH 2 comes out? Yeah. This stuff, there's going to be all over the place. There's going to be a ton of them. Since everyone in here is following the nice, friendly, lovely, open source methodology of not trying to be proprietary, they want to integrate with things all over the place, then I see room for all of this. Like, we have so much room in the world, there is so many people, there are so many things happening, there is so much unrealized market potential. I mean, for fuck's sake, we still have humans that don't have running water. Don't have, like, damage already is. I'm just saying is that, like, alright, I will get to all of these. I'm going to work through them quickly. Alright, so yeah. there's a lot of room in here. There's a lot of innovation. There's room for all of these to be occurring, and that's before we even start getting off planet. And I'll save that one for later on, like why I'm so heavy into Ample. Because I'm really heavy into Ample and the other EFI currencies. I'm pretty well spread out across the ones that I've looked at the code and I trust them. Partly because I see them as, from my economic models and looking at them, those are the elastic currencies that can expand their supply, are the only currencies that will prevent a complete and utter market collapse when we get asteroid mining. But I will get into that. So, moving down, like EOS, EOS is good. Love them, they're beautiful. There's only like 17 billion locked into DeFi. Yeah, I know. Like, all of crypto is supposedly about like 3.5, or like 300.5, 400 billion, and there's only 17 billion in DeFi. Like, oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah, it can be the elastic currency stream. We can talk about that. Definitely. Let me get through these questions here and answer that for people. And I did say that, yeah, we will do that announcement in about 30 minutes here. So I'll use the elastic currency to kind of dig into that. So, yeah, next one. Where was I? What about the ETH 2.0 when it comes out? All the ETH killers will have an uphill battle. They will, to a point. There's still limitations in Ethereum that these other things are solving. We don't need this purely for scalability. For one, we need things like the interoperability. That's especially why I'm so bullish on Chainlink. Its interoperability and its ability to connect between different chains. And so connecting between different chains, it means that we can use the appropriate blockchain technology for the particular situation, because there's going to be different business models, different use cases that are going to want different types of chains, different types of currencies, because they may not even be currencies. They might be using blockchain like VET. Like, that's not exactly a currency, you know? It's a supply chain tracking thing. It's tracking physical goods. So you want a chain for VET that is designed appropriately for tracking physical goods through a supply chain. You don't want, like, a money printer in there. Or I should say, in there you do want a printer, but you want it to be tied to real-world goods. You don't want to adjust the supply randomly or based on some algorithm. It's supposed to adjust its supply by minting new tokens that represent things that happen. So that's where things like these, they're going to help solve that Ethereum problem. But that also means that Ethereum's not going anywhere. And so we'll keep using Ethereum. It'll keep going. Things will keep interoperating with it. So the activity that builds up in Ethereum will help build up those other chains. And so I think when Ethereum 2.0 comes out, that's actually going to help accelerate Chainlink through, push that in. And I think the first implementation of Chainlink, to be honest, realistically, when you look at history, entertainment has driven almost like a major portion of technological advancement, at least during peacetime. Obviously, wars drive up more. Catastrophes will drive that up because you got to solve the problem. But one thing that has like really led to the cutting edge in technological advancement over history, at least the weird shit that seems to be like crazy and innovative, not I obviously need to harvest food faster and better, has been entertainment. And so weirdly, I'm looking over at DMM Money is market. When I'm saying real life integration, you're right, it is, and that it's money. So let me clarify there. When I say real life integration, I'm talking about I mint a coin on the VET blockchain, or I update a coin on the VET blockchain to signify that a shipment has passed customs. You know? Or I've tied it to the actual, like, products being produced in a factory. So, yes, I don't mean to say that, I'm not trying to dismiss the money markets and all that. Like, that is very good. The arbitrage is useful. That is necessary. I'm not being dismissive of that. So, pardon, when I'm saying that, I'm pointing at when I can get a token or a transaction off the blockchain that clearly tells me, okay, the shipment has been taken off the boat, it's passed through customs, and now it's on the truck or the train to continue on. That sort of thing. Um, so where was I? Where is it? Yes. So yeah, I think for the first implementation on Chainlink, interestingly enough, I've been kind of curious on Phonium, PHT. I'm not necessarily bullish on it. I don't think it's ever going to be something that you're going to make like a ton of money on anytime soon. But I do think it's going to kind of blow up as an entertainment sector because it seems to be structuring itself around becoming the universal microtransaction currency for entertainment. They already have a few scenarios and use cases. They got some demo projects where you're playing games and earning cryptocurrency on, and they're over on Tron. And so I'm looking, and I think one of the things that's going to drive it is first integration is probably going to be using Chainlink as a hookup to BTC right off the bat. Like that's a no fucking brainer. If they don't release the integration with Bitcoin as kind of their reference implementation of how to do something, then they're fucking stupid. Once they can hook Ethereum and Bitcoin together, I know we have Ren and Wrapped Bitcoin to do that, but just as an example, like if they put out yet another one and go like, here we go, this is how we think you should do it, now have fun, and then keep working on others. So I'm not really going to count that one because that should be table stakes for their launch. I think the other one is going to be a link to Tron, and I think it's going to be done in an attempt to bring the entertainment sector that is growing on Tron and hook that in with the finance sector. And so very hopefully you're going to be able to trade entertainment-based tokens on DeFi, effectively turning like Disney stock on steroids, or other entertainment stock. I think it's going to be very, very interesting when because Tron is geared towards entertainment, we can be investing in casinos and not to play, to literally realize money out of the casino doing its thing. Where we can invest in various lotteries, we can invest in whole raft of goddamn stuff at this point, to be honest. I think it's going to be amazing. So yeah, I think the integration with Tron is going to be the first one. Not counting BTC, because I figure that's table stakes for a launch. If they don't have that when they come out, fuck them. They're stupid. Not their tech, but it's like, you guys don't know how to manage a project or a launch at that point. And then they'll hook right into Tron, I think, is the next one, and we'll see that entertainment space launch up. And so it's entirely possible that you could see like ICOs launch in DeFi to fund movies. And that'll be really interesting. Anyway, and I'm not necessarily in like tech point, just like finance wise, it'd be kind of interesting to see that sector move in. And the second entertainment hooks into a technology, it absolutely takes off. I mean, it's literally why we have VHS over beta. There's some licensing things, but really because of the licensing, porn producers didn't want to pay the licensing to make beta, and so they just made VHS because it didn't have a licensing fee attached to creating it. And that's why we had VHS tapes for a while. Video streaming, most of the innovation, like most of the funding for the innovation around video streaming to work out the compression and to get it go faster was funded by porn sites. Most of the work on video compression was done for porn sites. Anyway, so yeah, if you like YouTube, you can thank porn. So moving down the list, feel free to ask follow-up questions. Yeah, I think that gets us to the elastic currency. Yes, I will definitely answer questions and explain elastic currency in a bit more detail. I don't have like charts and anything ready quite yet, but I'm happy to dig into that, especially as we'll fill out some more time for my promised like 9:30 announcement on what I'm going to build out. And it's not another finance project, so it's to set the expectation is you're going to love it. I think everyone that I told about this idea has been absolutely gaga for it. The only person I had to even slightly convince is a dude who literally didn't know what Ethereum was and wasn't entirely sure what Bitcoin was or how it worked. But once I explained what it was and what the revenue stream was, he didn't give a shit about Bitcoin or anything. He's like, I don't know what blockchain is. I don't know what crypto is. I don't give a shit about getting cryptocurrency. But you
what you have there is a business model I want to invest in. So, yeah, 9:30. Tell everyone, try to drag them in here because I'll be putting that out, and then more will be coming out from it. So, for elastic currency, for these, that is the absolutely lovely stuff like Ample. That would also be. I normally have a bunch of stuff here, so like, where is my baste? I don't know. I think I lost my baste. I will just open. Oh no, there's baste. There we are. So yeah, ample based. There's also rample. Where did I put my rample? All right, I didn't put my rample anywhere. That's fine. RMPL. Yep, there it is. All right. And what the heck? I haven't bought into it yet, only because I wanted to do more research on exactly how they're operating. Partly because I heard some rumors that there might be a problem with how they're rolling it out, so I got to take a look at that. But basically, as I understand it, and someone told me pylons when I was talking about EFI. I didn't realize they were an EFI token, and I apologize. I haven't gotten to reading up on them to really figure out if they truly are, but maybe I can actually even kind of try to bring that up. Where'd I put my pylons link? No, that's the code for pylons. Haven't dug into that yet. I mean to. Here, I'll go ahead and bring up pylons. There it is, pylon.finance. Is that it? Yes, there it is. So, as I was saying, in here, and let me just stop you from playing. Yeah, actually, that's kind of what I was going to get into a little bit for doing that. Like I said, I was going to set the expectation. I haven't done a full analysis. Actually, what I'm working on doing is... well, this will tie into my announcement. Basically, I need to get a proper analysis system model set up with my own model blockchain and everything to run some tests against. But in all of these, and actually that's where I will get back out of this and go over to the documentation. So in all of these, the basic premise for this is that the token supply adjusts. And I know for you that asked the question, you probably understand. So bear with me as I explain to others and make sure everyone's on the same page here. But that is where the kind of distinguishing characteristic of EFI, or elastic supply or elastic finance, which would be an elastic token, the term coming from the supply being elastic. And so the idea there, and so you can see it on the Ample documentation, you can see it in the base documentation, you can see it in here it is, the white paper. You can see it in the Slink documentation, all of them lay it out, and it's very good. But in all of these, there it is, or their white paper. But in all of these, when digging into it, there you are, their white paper. And then we got Based here. Based doesn't have a white paper, they just have it on their site like this. There's Ample, and like I said, I didn't see any documentation or anything with pylons, so I'm going to chalk them up and say that they're not EFI, because I can't read anything on them, and we'll come back to that another point. Alright, anyway, so here, what we're getting into with the elastic finance. Again, taking a look through Ample because it's one of the easiest ones to look at and see that change. The intention here is that you are going to get a expansion or contraction of the supply.
Now, in here, it's using the math variables. Pardon, I'm not actually a mathematician. Like, I didn't go to college for any of this. I technically didn't even graduate high school. I dropped out to go work in IT because high school kept getting in the way of doing work, and I didn't need it. Um, when my question was, I can sit in school for 8 hours, or I can go get paid a ridiculous amount of money for my age to go do something I actually find interesting. So, pardon as I'm not entirely familiar on all of the various terms here. This is mostly why I have calculators. But essentially, when showing P and T, it's establishing that this is price over time. So the price over time will, and the price point, will be establishing that it is trying to hit a valuation. And so here, this price is its target, that center line. If it gets too far out of or away from that target in either direction in its price, then it is going to adjust that supply. If it is valued too low, then it's going to contract the supply, take some coins out of circulation. There will be fewer available to trade, and if it gets above a certain point, it will expand. More tokens will be in circulation. The problem being is, and this is where EFI gets a very bad rap, is that people think the problem with the Federal Reserve and things like that is the fact that they print money. No, the problem isn't that they print money. It's that when they print money, it comes with debt. The debt is the problem. And it's the fact that when they print money, they don't have an accurate set of market indicators. Their data isn't clear. And that's not like a lack of due diligence or anything. It's that quite literally it is damn near impossible for a human being to be able to make that sort of projection. And because it takes time to print money, and because the market is going to respond to the fact that money is being printed, it becomes even harder. Because then you can't just do a basic analysis. You have to do a first, second, probably even a third order analysis on this, because you have to account for, do I need to adjust the supply of money, knowing that I can't easily adjust it down? And if I figure out that I do need to adjust the supply of money, I need to do the calculation on how much money do I need to produce, accounting for the fact that over time, by the time I get the money printed and into circulation, I might have needed more money, or I might not need more money. So there's the second order consideration, and then you get to the first order consideration, and then the second order consideration. Then you get to the third order consideration, which is, okay, once I've done that, I then need to calculate. So based on all of that, what is the market's response going to be to me printing more money? And then work that back to the previous calculation. So it becomes this like weird fucked up Ouroboros like snake, not just eating its tail, but like curving back on itself in weird ways. And this is why the Fed can't manage the economics. No matter how much those pencil-pushing wannabe socialist dictators think they can't actually predict the market. They can't actually do economics, because they're going about it the wrong way, partly because they haven't had the tech to do it properly. We now do. The reason why I like EFI is because it solves a lot of problems all at once. Because so far, what crypto has done has been to resolve the question with two very simple, brutish answers. And I say brutish because they're almost caveman-like answers to this. Like, Fed print money bad. Static supply of money. Yeah. And that's we get Bitcoin. It's like, alright, that's lovely, Satoshi, you're beautiful, you came with the encryption, you worked out all the tech for it, that's fantastic, and I understand in launching your little proof of concept there, actually, absolutely revolutionary and insane proof of concept. You made a mistake in that launch, and I guess I can cut you slack there, like I said, because it is that basic proof of concept to get it out and show the idea. You don't want to complicate things so much and get a bad release that everyone gets freaked out by the whole idea and doesn't want to touch it. So, like, imagine if when crypto came out, it came out as ample. And then imagine the first few trading days. Like, nobody would want to fucking touch the thing. But Bitcoin comes out, it's fine. But its issue being is static supply. Okay, that can work, but unfortunately it's going to suffer from technically hyper deflation. hyperdeflation, and this is why I don't like a lot of finance, because you tend to get the words backwards. You think like, oh, you printed more money, therefore that's inflation. You take money out of supply, therefore that's deflation. And but it's weird in that how that has an effect. You think deflation might mean that your value is going down, inflation is going up in value. It's not, because we know that. So hyperdeflation is, as I was describing before, that case of the money becomes so valuable that you might as well just hold on to the money rather than do something with it, because you're like, well, I could buy this tool to improve my work and be able to be more productive and make more money. Okay, but in the time it takes me to go to the place and buy the tool and come back, or to order the tool and have it shipped to me, the money that I spent on the tool would have gone up in value more than the income that I could generate from that tool. So you just end up with this hyperdeflation and ultimate stagnation in the market, where you're like, well, I don't want to do anything, and thus the market kind of grinds to a halt, because the only trading going on is that trading that is necessary for people to live. You're going to buy food, and that's it, pretty much. You know, maybe a few other things, maybe some entertainment, but you're not going to need that much. Anyway, that's where, if the value is going up or if the value of the currency is going up, and we keep saying dollars and price, but we really need to understand that it's the buying power of the currency keeps going up, then if you don't have a way to manage the supply, if it just stays static, you are going to get hyperdeflation, and you're going to get this continual increase in value value and buying power as the market goes up. That's all right, it can continue, but like, if you recall, there was a time where there was literally a shortage on Bitcoin, because more Bitcoin couldn't be mined fast enough to keep up with the demand, and everyone holding Bitcoin didn't want to sell it because it was going to go up in value just by holding it. So that's kind of where the hyper deflation can actually also collapse a market, because at a certain point, everything, like, the money becomes so valuable, no one wants to trade it, there's no activity going on, which then effectively nullifies the increased buying power of the currency, because if I can't pay someone to do something, then because they'd rather just sit on their savings and watch that go up in value, like the cost of living is lower than the interest that they're gaining, then like there's only so much I can do. And thus everything's left to me doing alone, or you doing your stuff alone, me doing my stuff alone. It grinds the market to a halt until the whole thing tips over and you get an equal collapse of the market, but it's in a weird other way. So what the EFI tokens are doing is they're using some sort of market indicator to try to figure out whether or not the supply should expand or contract. Now, the basic stuff like Ample, because Ample's nice, it was the first one, I got a lot of respect for it, I'm heavy into Ample, as you can see from my little test wallet there and playing around with it. Based is also doing a fairly simple algorithm. For the most part, Based is pretty closely copying Ample. The only difference being is that Ample's doing a calculation to try to correlate it to the purchasing power of the 2019 dollar as they do their CPI calculation. Based is setting it to 1 SUSD. And so whatever the value of SUSD is, they set it there. And so as the price of SUSD adjusts and fluctuates and changes, they will go up in value. And so, as you can see, it's just this direct correlation. They're trying to look at an exchange rate to something else, in this case, either the US dollar in 2019, effectively, or actually the exchange rate to 1 SUSD, and like what the buying power of SUSD is. Then you end up with a case, and this is where Rample is somewhat similar in how they handle it. Here it is. You just go to what is the calculation, get a nice layout there. Alright, that's it. They just have the white paper. Okay. So, as I was saying, in all of these, again, like what Rample is doing, it is Um, where is it? Yeah. Ramble's doing a slightly more complex calculation because it has a target base price. Target base price, as you can see, is down here. They're all hitting the same range. And how they're doing that calculation of the target base price is... I don't see where they're getting their pricing data. So I will dig that up in a second here. So anyway, here in with these, they're doing their they're getting their price for what, that dollar roughly, that correlation. If they're more than 5% off from that, then they're gonna adjust their supply. Oh, you're very welcome. I appreciate it. You guys really helped me gain some traction and some notice and notoriety. I will also forever be in your debt for pushing out the channel, telling people about it, making sure people knew that I was the one there doing the audit, and I don't want to claim all the credit, obviously, but really appreciate that you guys notice, and again, we're appreciative, and really pointed out to people that you're getting value out of my live streams there and my work, because that has really helped advance things and realize actually what I'm going to announce here in about 10 minutes. So go tell everyone. If you want to go tell the whole YF beta crowd that I'm going to tell them about a big project that I'm organizing, and the fact that you guys and your response and how you helped get so much attention here and so much traction is what has not only provided me the information to come up with the idea, also inspired me to really make it a thing. I want to follow this through fully, and also provided the notoriety and the actual value represented to people, that I could take that to some folks in the game and be able to point and say, I'm doing something different, people are finding it valuable, and I have an idea on how to scale this for the benefit of everyone. And so, this is, thank you. This is all you guys. One day, hopefully, we come through with all of this. It'll be mutual. That you guys can look back and say, that's the guy that helped me make it big, and I appreciate that. And I'll be able to look back and say, that's the token that made all of this possible. If it weren't for YF Beta and how things went there, maybe none of this would have happened. So, with that, to kind of close my point on the EFI and dig into some of how they're making their modifications, what the hell is going on. When they're adjusting their supply, they're doing it in a way where they're calculating what percentage of the supply you owned, and that way, as they expand and reduce the supply, they're not going to either dilute or inflate your currency. So if you had 10% of the economy before, you'll have 10% of the economy now. The fact that one of these things should be accounting for, a unit of buying power, the fact that they are going to expand, give you more or take away some, should be perfectly fine in that regard. There shouldn't be a big issue of whoops, nothing serious, sorry. Okay, anyway, so as I was saying, the fact that they're adjusting the supply means that you shouldn't have any effect and shouldn't care. And so if you look in your wallet and see the balance change in a expansive, healthy market where these things are heavily active, you shouldn't really care, really. And it should probably go up from there. But the thing is that all of them are correlated to something else for the most part. Ample's correlated to the 2019 US dollar. Base is correlated to SUSD. The Rample is... I need to dig in to see what the hell they're correlating to. They're describing that, but they're not saying what is going on there. Anyway, we will get into that in a second. I'll have to go find their paper on what is happening there. I would have thought they would have told me what their price calculation is, how they're trying to get there. But anyway, what is here, since somebody was asking about benchmark and the analysis there, this one I'm finding very, very interesting, and I'm very bullish on benchmark, because I was actually considering this one. Um, this was actually one of the projects I was thinking of. As soon as I saw Ample, I thought, holy fucking shit! I didn't know that we could do that in the code. I just wasn't involved enough in Ethereum development at the time to really know what the hell was on. Um, I was following Ample for a little bit and really just kind of waiting for the launch and to give it some time in the market. But in going through this, I had this same idea. And so kudos to the benchmark guy for obviously coming up with it first and then seeing through enough to have all of this. But here in um, what benchmark is doing, as you can say, it is basing it on a volatility index for doing that. And so the benchmark is, or the mark token, is not directly correlated to any other currency. It's correlated to the volatility of, well, a general volatility index of kind of the market. And so in this case, what it's doing is getting volatility index data from the oracles on the market. And actually, one day I should probably get into describing what these oracles are and how they provide information. In fact, this is one thing that Chainlink has provided already, and thus, like, yay, they already provided useful value in the market. But in this case, when we're looking here, so if you're curious on how they're calculating the volatility index and which one they're going through, they're using the contango index calculation and the backwardation volatility index, and they're combining that in the actual algorithm. What is going on here, as you can see, is they do a comparison to Ample, and in doing their comparison to Ample, they're seeing that the supply has matched with the market cap in USD, and so they're highlighting that one of the main problems with Ample is that because it's correlated to a price point and is trying to indicate or identify the supply change necessity through that price point, it ends up correlating to market cap. Now, that's reasonably fine when the currency has a large market cap, and when it's broadened out to having a lot of buying power. But that becomes kind of bad when it's only being used in exchanges, really. So, like, what's happening right now, where Ample is being used essentially by traders and trading it back and forth, it's not going to work as well because, one, it's relatively easy to take market cap away from Ample. You just go like, oh, I just go trade with Ample. I buy a bunch of ETH out of this pool that it's in, and I take that away, and because Ample is now correlated to less ETH, then it's effectively, its price has gone down, and it's going to go, it's going to reduce. On the other hand, if you're adding more in, then you get a nice healthy growth, because as the market cap increases, as there's more or a need for greater liquidity in the market, it adds that supply, and bam, everything's off to the races. It's fantastic. Here, but as you can see, while we can still take away market cap, it's going to be a problem. Now, that's why I've been pointing out to damn near anyone I can talk to. I've been talking to the Ample since DAO, and they like what I'm having to say, but I've identified and had it confirmed by some guys that are doing more analysis on this, is that the best trading and holding strategy for Ample is to pair it in exchanges with as much as you possibly can. If a token has reached a certain threshold, and we kind of need to calculate out what that threshold would be. Haven't done all the math there on that. But partly because it's not a set number, it's more a relationship to everything else, and doesn't necessarily even need to be that high. In fact, the algorithm for that is such that it's going to have to wind down, because as it gets larger, it actually will want to have interest in lower and lower market cap tokens to keep that going. It'll seem weird and backwards, but the premise being is that if you can get an investment scheme where the intent is, and possibly even an arbitrage bot that isn't really an arbitrage bot, what it's doing is crawling around and buying as many other tokens that have a reasonably high volume and a sufficiently high market cap for you to care, and basically moves heaven and earth with Ample to try to buy as much of that token as possible while still maintaining its pairing and liquidity with other tokens, and then locks that into a liquidity pool with Ample. Now, people at this point don't need to want Ample. They don't need to have Ample. What they do need is to have another token that is paired with Ample. If that happens, then all the trading routers will be able to identify if the price is going well, and they should identify periodically as the value of other tokens swings back and forth. It'll cross the price of Ample, and at various times you'll end up with the trading, and it'll happen quite a bit, I think, as the market fluctuates wildly. It'll just kind of be sliding back and forth across Ample for the entire day, and then Ample kind of drag it up and try to come into line. And so in doing that, the routers will identify, like, oh, you want to trade ETH for ADA? Okay, well, alright, maybe not ADA is a good one. Like, you want to trade based for ADA? Oh, well, there's not a based ADA liquidity pool. We have to route through something else. I could route through Ethereum. I could route through all these other things that are, like, normal and reasonable pairings because they got good volume and have desire. But, every so often, it seems like a good idea to route through Ample. I'll trade, you know, my ADA for Ample, then I'll trade my Ample for based, and off we go, or the other way around. And at times, so it'll just kind of end up being this thing of, oh, very often it does end up being the most stable, and it'll just end up being a fairly stable price, or it'll just be this kind of neat curve as we get more and more market cap. It's reasonable to just kind of hold this because you can know, all right, I may not be able to make the crazy gains on one side or the other, but I'll be able to, like, save my value, and thus these are the perfect tokens for exchanges. If you need a high cash reserve and your money is, oh, it's gonna hit it in a moment. Oh, okay. Let's maybe bring that up. Did I have? Okay, let me go grab ChartFX, and we'll have that there. But yeah, as it's crossing over, if the whole entire point of my business model is to basically, why do you do this to me? There it is. Wait. That's not the right one. Where the hell did I put my ChartFX, and why can I not remember the link for... Do you guys remember the URL for ChartFX so I can bring up the goddamn price? Am I being dumb? I am being fucking dumb, aren't I? I'm being really fucking dumb. Hold on. Where did I put my ChartFX link? No. Alright, I don't have that. Alright, well, fuck that. Whatever. Well, so you guys can bring up the price on your own. Oh, man, it's reaching that upper pressure. It's trying to break through that glass ceiling. Oh, damn it. Alright, come on, wifey. Come on, I know you can do it. I know you can do it. Alright, now. Sorry, it's just, I like it. I'm kind of excited there. It'll be nice if it gets over $2,000. Alright, so, as I was saying, in this case, where, in this case where it's going to end up being a reliable place for exchanges to hold their cash reserves, so that way they can trade through things reasonably well. Yeah, keep going. Where was I? Oh, yes. So, in the case of Benchmark, Benchmark is modifying that based on the volatility index. So it kind of doesn't give a crap on what the actual price point is for so much. Now, it's still it might look at this and be like, oh wait, this is a strange graph. It looks like it's also basing it on that. It's not. As you can see, it says that it's looking for an SDR parity point. And in the case of trying to maintain that one SDR parity point, you can see in the description of, oh, you don't give me a description of SDR. You really should define SDR in your white paper, guys, for God's sakes, or your book, because that is something that a lot of people are probably going to want to know. There we go. There we are. Yep, here we are. So what it's referring to is the fact that out in the real world, we don't, like, technically the US dollar is kind of the reserve currency, but when you're dealing on a level where you actually have to, like, get past currency, and start dealing with, like, the concept of an abstract economic value, that is where organizations operating at that level, like a level of finance we can only dream of, and I am dreaming, and I'm really trying to find a way to, like, get EFI there, because I'm telling you right now, if you don't like the Rothschilds, and you don't like those, like, big international banking types, and the Pesura family, and all that shit, EFI, buying as many EFI tokens that are sound and will actually do what they intend, as in, like, they're behaving according to the algorithm projects, then you are making a play to have in the future that sort of economic power. Because I'm like, if this goes well, what we're holding right now, imagine right now that you have, like, Ample's at what I think, like, a 300,000 market cap, maybe 250,000. Okay, great. You own 1% of that. So let's just say it's at 200,000. You own 1% of that. Great. You own $2,000 worth of Ample. Fantastic. That's not a whole lot of money. Okay, but the world economy is much higher than that. World economy is measured in trillions. So if we just say, what instead you have the world economy is now up to $2 trillion market cap, and we're now using Ample and a bunch of other EFI tokens as, like, in this case, the international reserve currency. Imagine holding 1% of a $2 trillion. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, as a percentage of the economy. And, like, imagine being able to walk up to an exchange, any exchange, and it's beyond OTC. Like, you're just like, no, I own a significant portion of the global economy. For some of the people out there that are holding, like, double-digit numbers in Ample, holy fuck. They are going to be making decisions about the world in the future. So, yeah. Yeah, anyone that's got an example, like, what long-term investment should I make for retiring? EFI. Just buy all the fucking EFI you goddamn can. I don't give a shit. Everything else is just about advancing the technology and trying to gain the adoption to make those EFI tokens actually what people use. Anyway, I will wrap up here with the benchmark. And I will close here and I'll make that announcement, because I said I was going to do that. SDR is a special drawing right. It's referring to an ability to gain access to a bundle of national currencies. Basically, you can think of it as it's a sort of a derivative, in the sense that you're not supposed to be able to redeem an SDR for money, but the idea is that kind of like Curve, it's saying, okay, we're going to calculate an SDR by taking several currencies, by doing some calculations on what the relationships between those currencies are. So, for example, the value of the SDR is calculated from a weighted basket of major currencies. In taking that exchange and doing that calculation, it's
basically doing trying to work out, okay, out of this currencies, out of their different buying powers, out of the amount, then this is what the relationship, like, if this is what, if you kind of mold and work together all the valuation between all the various currencies and sort of try to even that out to say, okay, what does it take to exchange between these different things, and therefore, and what market cap and value do they have, and therefore what sort of relationship would they have to each other in that valuation. And as you can see, they're kind of moving the decimal places around and adjusting the number slightly in a few different ways. You end up with a case where the SDR isn't like a cash derivative in a money market. I would never own an SDR, and I would never be able to go and use an SDR to withdraw funds. It's not like a T-bill or something. But you would use an SDR to be able to resolve differences or disputes between whole masses of currency. And that's why it's used by the IMF, it's used by a few other like massive nation states and such to do these calculations, because when they're trying to work out disputes and they're like, okay, so the European Union economy has a dispute with the US economy. How the fuck do we even quantify and calculate what that is? SDR is how you do that. And so because SDR is intended to provide that correlation data, that price point data, that could... Did I move it around? I did. Oh yeah, no, here. So because it is doing that calculation by taking in the actual SDR data, a VIX volatility index from the CBOE, the volatility index being literally that. It's just, this is a measurement of how wildly the market is swinging back and forth, up and down. Crypto would be said to be a highly volatile market because it's back and forth. How would one get wealthy with Ample? As I said, you get wealthy with Ample by buying Ample or buying any EFI token that is sound. So I will say this, as I'm saying Ample, but it's Ample-based Rample right now are very good. I am needing to look into SoftLink further and determine exactly how they're operating and what they're doing. But in this case, they are very nice. They're very useful. But any of these, so I'm a little hesitant to say that I like SoftLink just yet. I need to dig further into it. I'm willing to say I like it. I'm willing to say I like Benchmark, but their code isn't out, so I feel safe saying I like Benchmark and then remind every people, double check that it does what it says it does. SoftLink, because you can buy it, and it's... I need to dig into their code to confirm things are operating, but it does seem to be working properly, and so it's okay. Or I would generally say that it's okay. Get these. So, definitely Ample, definitely Rample, definitely Based, definitely S-Link. I'll be like 80% sure on SoftLink. And oh my god, Benchmark so much when it comes out. You take all of these and you pair them with as many tokens as you can get your hand on that have a consistent and sufficiently high trading volume and market cap for you to be interested. You'll want to diversify because the entire intention is to capture as much market cap into a relationship with Ample, and to do that by pairing them in liquidity pools, and thus if someone wants to trade between those tokens, they can't really take the market cap away, they can just shift it around because you're always paired with these multiple tokens. And thus you can effectively raise the market cap of Ample by pairing it with these other tokens and broadening that out. And because EFI tokens have infinite liquidity, like it's not possible to actually drain the liquidity of an EFI token. It's not, you can't do it. It's because no matter how far down you get, unless you truly can scrape up that last little bit of dust in the pool, and because of how I understand like these things operate, you can't ever truly drain one side of a pool. There's always going to be a little bit there, unless the pool is specifically coded that way, or you're the one trying to withdraw the funds. Then what you're going to end up with is there will be this little dust of Ample somewhere, and as things change, as market cap goes up, if there's ever a positive rebase, then, oh my god,
boom, suddenly there's more ample. And oh, needs to go again, boom, suddenly, and so suddenly that liquidity pool fills up. And so you end up with a kind of like, you end up taking the market cap of other tokens hostage. You pillage their market cap by dragging them into a liquidity pool that they won't be able to exit because they can't properly drain the pool on one side. You then offer to arbitrage it back to them so they can get through that. You have pairings with other tokens. When they say, well, I don't want Ample and I don't want to deal with Ample, I want this other one, you go, fine, trade that other token for this other one. The exchange router will route you through Ample, so it's fine. We'll make that trade. It's not necessarily always going to do it. It's going to do it because the price is good, and so it'll route through. You'll be able to make the trade. You can get the token. You can pay the token you want. You can buy the token you want, and I ultimately still just end up holding a shit ton of Ample. And now what happens there is that trading volume is going to be reflected in the volume-weighted price index. The same thing with volatility index here. All of them. So long as there's volatility included in this, then you're going to get a reasonably healthy behavior out of it, because that means that either as the value or the buying power goes up or down, and as the volatility goes up and down, this means that, you can't have a one-sided problem here. And so because some of these exchanges will go through the process of trying to buy the other side or buy from something else to then properly rebalance and equalize the exchange, or they'll get so far out of balance that at a certain point they'll say, yeah, I'm not letting you make that trade, I'm just locked. Then that means that you pillage their market cap, you take it hostage by pairing liquidity pools with these EFI tokens. It now can never get out because the people out in the world, can never properly fully empty this pool. And if they ever do drain it down so that Ample isn't terribly worthwhile at that point, that's fine. These liquidity pools will either automatically generate the necessary trading volume to, over time, bring the value of the token back up and increase the supply, because they're going to try to rebalance themselves, or they don't do that and they lock at a certain point, and thus if they lock, now the Ample is in there with the other currency. We've essentially captured and held hostage the market cap. It can't leave, and we're effectively holding it hostage, asking the rest of the market, if you ever want to be able to trade in these tokens again, these ones right here that we have in this pool, you need to go start trading everywhere else. Because the only way to fix this is to either increase the price elsewhere in the market for these EFI tokens, or to increase the volatility. Because if you can increase either of that and get us to increase the supply, then this liquidity pool will unlock at some point, because we'll just keep pumping more and more Ample into it. So yes, if you want to be the next Rothschilds, if you want to be that motherfucker that gets to own moons and planets when we get asteroid mining and wonderful robot bodies to take over the stars with, buy your fucking EFI now. Because looking at that chain, I am seeing that there are some individuals that actually own a significant percentage. They own single or double-digit percentages of that currency. And because that currency can expand to account for all market cap in existence that is engaging with the economy that is using the elastic currency, that percentage that they own right now, provided they don't sell off a hefty portion, they will own that percentage in perpetuity. So if you own 20% of Ample right now, fantastic, that's beautiful. Imagine owning 20% of the global economy, of owning 20% of the solar economy, the galactic economy, the universal economy. And so long as you don't make hefty sell-offs of that, then that's it. You're just that wealthy now forever. Yes, EFI, as in Elastic Finance. Ample, Rample, here, I'll type the symbols here so you can catch those. Yeah, and to be clear, this is not me coming up with some insane assessment. I've run some of this by over on the AmpleSense DAO group. And to be clear here, I'm listing Bench EFI. It's a type of token. It's multiple tokens. So I'm going to point out right now, Ample was down last I checked. Ample is obviously not an entirely accurate price on CoinGecko, but it can give you an idea. Yeah, Ample is down around 0.6 right now. Now is the time to buy Ample. It is below $1. You should be buying as much fucking Ample as you goddamn can. Yes, token is already trading. The only token on this list that is not trading is Bench, and that's because it just hasn't come out yet. Slink is on there. I'm gonna say it just because I'm like 80-90% sure that that'll be good. I just haven't looked at the code yet. I've glanced at their work. The only difference being is they're out, and I haven't looked at them. I've looked at the first three. First three are solid. They're doing just fine. They should continue doing just fine. So yeah, these. I can't give you financial recommendations, obviously, because Jesus fucking Christ, we don't want the SEC to come looking at what the hell we're doing. Or the FTC, I can't remember who controls financial advisors, but fuck them. So I'm not telling you to, say this is a good bet. I am laying out what I understand the investment strategy to be. I am laying out what the Ample guys that I have talked to have laid out the strategy to be. I'm not trying to claim I know the team terribly well or anything. I'm just engaging with the community, and I talk about it a lot because as far as I'm concerned, if you realize what the invention of the steam engine was like, or what your if you consider the impact that the theory of relativity had on the world, I consider elastic finance to be the theory of relativity for economics. And this is effectively nuclear reactors for economics. Clean, efficient energy in perpetuity, no fucking problems. If children would just get over their fucking, but it glows, and some stupid Soviets had a problem. Well, they're stupid Soviets. What the fuck do you want? But the current ones are terrible. Well, the current ones were designed by the U.S. military because they needed an entire economy to create the necessary radioactive material for the nuclear submarines, because nuclear submarines can't run on the same shit that's useful to use on land, and they deliberately created regulation to prevent other types of nuclear reactors from coming to existence because they wanted to force all the market into creating stuff that they needed to be able to buy. So fuck that. Thorium reactors. Fucking thorium reactors. God damn it. I want them. Jesus. Or those diamond batteries. Those diamond batteries will do fine too. Anyway, what is your favorite, and do you hold through negative and positive rebases? I'm going to say right now, my absolute favorite is Ample. Based would have looked very bullish previously. Where did I put it? Yeah. Base looked very bullish previously, but I wanted to point out that their pricing was a little bit of a trick because they didn't turn on rebasing. They turned on rebasing today, and so it dropped down in price. So I picked up a bunch right now. I missed out on this baby a little bit when it launched. Rample is also decent, but Rample is, they're all kind of doing the same thing. So right now, I like Ample. I like Ample because the team is active. Yes, in base, they did burn the keys for handling that, and, your opinion on governance or not, but the Ample team does seem, in my opinion, to be committed to seeing this through. They've talked about that their staking rewards are going to continue for, the next 10 years. So I would view heavy on Ample. I would pick up some base just because having a diversity is useful. I would do the same with Rample. Actually, I'm telling you literally what I have done. I am about 80% in Ample. I'm about... now that I've put more into that, I'm more 70% into Ample, 30% into based. 10% into base, 10% into Rample, and I am holding some funds liquid while I do my assessment on SoftLink, and probably buy in there pretty fucking quick. As far as Benchmark is the one that I'm really hot on, but it's not out yet. You can't buy this yet, alright? And so,
When bench comes out, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Bench doesn't exist yet. Bench isn't. It's not there. It doesn't. It is not out. It is. We have the paper. They have done a lot of work, as you can see. Like the benchmark protocol has done the level of work that Ample has been doing, because Ample has similar good documentation, and so Bench and Ample are great. If you need to make quick gains now, because again, buying these things is a very, very long-term play. You are not going to make big money now with these things. So I want to be clear here. I treat this as my retirement fund. Like, to be entirely clearly, as soon as this shit came out, I liquidated everything else that I legally can, and I have sunk all of it into more cryptocurrency and heavy into DeFi, and I'm now treating EFI as my retirement portfolio. And then just holding some additional funds, like, if shit goes horribly awry, at the very least I can continue working. But as far as I'm concerned, EFI is my retirement portfolio. I'm going to jigger that around when Bench comes out, and I'm probably going to go for a, like, 40-40 of Ample and Bench. Keep 10% of it in Base, 10% in Rample, and then another 10% in Soft. Well, SoftLink is going to start at 10%, but I'm probably going to want to bump that up a bit, and readjust the numbers there. So, I know that added up a little higher, that's why I'm still working it out. I need to see how these things come out. Anyway, so with that, you guys are fantastic, and hearing the questions, yes, I can link to the benchmark protocol. I will do that. Keep an eye on this one, talk about it, do that. Yes, for the things you want to get money now, by all means, go with the Link retirement plan. I think Link is fantastic too. I've got the same feeling that it's going to change everything, but that's why I'm buying into EFI, is because when Link takes off, that's going to improve EFI. But anyway, we've been going back and forth on that, and I was teasing announcement for this whole time, and so I will go ahead and jump in there. Because as much as I like Bench, it's not out yet. As soon as this is why I'm saying is, like, find out when these guys are launching. I don't believe they have an announcement yet. I'm still digging through to see where that is. But like, I'm keeping I'm looking to keep funds available for as soon as this thing comes out. Like, when this comes out, I am going to move heaven and earth to make sure that I can buy into fucking Benchmark. Anyway, oh right, they got Pipeline. We'll see what that's going on here. There we are. Aha! Looks like it's going to be coming up pretty fucking soon here. Cool. So yeah, I would make sure you have liquidity available to buy Bench. Anyway, for announcement, that is where I have been considering how to handle this auditing thing. Because I love the auditing, it's fun, I like doing the live streams, but it's not scalable. And given that's like what I identified in the gap of the market, is that other traders, they were trying to give trading advice, and they were doing it based on, thank you, and no, I'm not Satoshi. The other traders, they are doing it based on classic trading models. They're doing trend analysis. They're tech traders. But it's weird to say that they're tech traders, because a lot of them don't understand the tech. They understand the business model that's laid out to them. They understand what's being presented to them, but they don't actually know how this works. EFI, Elastic Finance. I'll type that out. Where was I? Oh, yes. And you can look up from my previous message where I listed out ticker symbols. I'll highlight to people that, again, don't freak out that you can't find Bench. Bench doesn't exist yet. Yes, it is different from YFI. Completely different. EFI is effectively the theory of relativity for economics. And it will have a change on economics the same way the steam engine changed manufacturing and industrialization. YF beta is a fantastic one. Where is it listed? Okay, EFI, again, not a symbol. One, scroll up in the chat. You'll see the previous message where I listed out the symbols that do exist.
Bench does not exist yet. The next link that I gave is a link to the benchmark site, and you can look there and find out when they're not launching yet, but they should announce there eventually, and you can buy in. And yeah. Let me get to those. So, quick ones I'll answer quickly is yes, YF Beta is good. I think YF Beta is going to continue climbing, but I will point out that for those that missed this particular rocket ride, I don't mean to knock YF Beta, but I will point out to people that if you miss the rocket ride, don't try to get in on near the end because we're not sure how much higher it's going to go. I think it is. I think it's got a long way to go. I think it's got as much way to climb as YFI, possibly even further. But I'm just going to point out that if you think you see another one of these things just starting off, probably go buy in there. But yeah, if you can throw like, maybe 5-10% of your portfolio at YF Beta right now, might as well, because I would think that it's going to go up. But again, I'm not giving proper market analysis. I'm not an economist. I'm a computer guy that works in financial tech, so I know a bit about some of that and how it works. And I generally got to design computer systems to pull off what people want to do with money, so I get to know that a bit. But again, I'm not like a major market analysis. But anyway, that kind of leads back to what I was saying of buy Y Fuel. Alright, so I want to be clear here. This is the Y Fuel site, right? yfuel.finance. Alright, I'll get to my announcement here in just a second. I know people have been patient and waiting, but I just want to be clear here. Is it yfuel.finance or what? Like, what is the fucking site? People keep saying yfuel. I keep going to here, yearn.fuel. Ample was the first one that was an EFI token. I know, you might think that I'm being fucking stupid, but I will point out. Alright, I know you want to say why few things... Alright, one, you can pump the EFI and point out the symbols above, by all means. As far as yearn.fuel, I want to be clear here. Is this the fucking site you're talking about? As being a thing to buy that people are bullish on? Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Alright, so fuck you people. Alright, where are you? There you are. You, with the Y-Fuel? Yeah, Y-Fuel's a giant fucking scam. Yfuel.finance? Yeah, no. That's no good. Yeah, here we are. So, thing here going on. Alright, so now I think I see where the issue's coming from. There's a yfuel.finance that is a site that doesn't fucking work. Alright? There's nothing here. It doesn't do anything. Oh my god. But, are you goddamn serious? That's what it takes. Yeah, see, none of this is fucking here. If I go over to home, then I can get information about it. If I try to unlock my wallet and connect it, then, like, this isn't even fucking working. So, it's like, this site doesn't fucking work. Why would I invest in something when the site doesn't fucking work? Alright? Oh, I go over here to home.yfuel.finance. Oh, wow, this is where you are? This is how you work? Wow, should I trust your shit at all? Should I even bother looking at your fucking product when you can't make a goddamn website function? Like, this is yfuel.finance right here. It is that. This is the same fucking name. yfuel.finance. Like, this is... They're clearly the same domain unless somebody else bought yfuel.finance and, like, no, that's not how domains work. I don't care that you're saying home.yfuel.finance. The way URLs work, this is the top level domain. This is the domain name somebody buys. The next one is the machine name on the network behind that domain name. And so home.yfuel.finance is owned by the same people that made yfuel.finance, which means these motherfuckers are goddamn idiots. If they can't put this fucking site together, I kind of don't give a shit about their documentation. So fuck this, fuck yearn.fuel. Yearn.fuel, run by morons. Fix their goddamn site. As far as tokenomics, the fuck are you doing here? Alright, so you're making 25,000 Y fuel. Why? Why so few? Why so few? What's your goddamn point here? Oh, you're going to circulate 15,000 of them. Alright, so the liquidity lock is going to be 10,000. Alright, fine. Whatever. You're laying out a fucking roadmap. Oh, here's your token pre-sale. Staking, focus on mass adoption. Holy shit! They're launching in September, and they're not offering staking until November? Jesus! Why are you taking so long? Alright, fine. Let's go ahead and look at your fucking tokenomics. Is there... Alright, there's your white paper. You wrote a fucking white paper. Congratulations. At least you did that. A lot of projects don't even have a fucking white paper. Alright, so what's your goddamn point here? Abstract. A network is presented that can facilitate permissionless exchange of digital assets at fair market prices, resistant to attack. The network is serviced by a group of anonymous nodes who bond a certain amount of the network's assets and are continuously churned to ensure liveliness and prevent capture. The nodes are compelled to participate in continuous key generation ceremonies to create vaults with a virtual private key. They then monitor these vaults on external networks such as Bitcoin and Ethereum and make witness transactions into a replicated state machine when inbound transactions are observed. I know what all those words mean. I even kind of know what they mean when put in that order. And when put in that order, I'm not sure that they mean what these people think that means. So, hold on. Let's continue. I'm sorry. This is kind of turning into a Y fuel audit. Jesus. Partly because I feel I need to get this shit done. Because, god damn it. Because I've had a lot of people ask about it, and I haven't gotten to it. And now that I'm looking at it, Jesus fucking Christ. There's so much here. They copy all the text from other projects like YF Beta and YFV. Yeah, it's kind of looking like that. Because this shit is... Alright, whatever. You want to link it over. Okay, cool. You're going to do that with these vaults. Who the fuck is doing this? Where are these anonymous nodes? By a group of anonymous nodes? Are you just talking about Bitcoin in general? Jesus. Alright, so. Alright, cool. Fine. Moving on. 11 years. Why are you telling me this garbage? Okay, Jesus Christ. This is a white paper. I don't need you to tell me about the history of Bitcoin. Alright, so this entire paragraph can fucking go. Missing in his exchange. Okay, thank you. You've just described DeFi to us. Great, we already know that one. Don't give a shit. This paper describes a network that has these desired characteristics. Okay, you're saying network, but you just mean a bunch of smart contracts. So don't make it sound like you're launching a chain here, motherfuckers. Alright, Jesus, I hate these people already. I haven't even looked at their code yet. Where is the code? Alright, that's... You know what? Fuck this. Their paper seems to be bullshit, as far as I can tell. A solution to the problem is to use a replicated state machine serviced by a significant number of nodes. What are you doing? Nodes are second-class citizens. Anyone can bond the required capital and apply to a node. Chain connections. Connections to chains are maintained using one-way state pegs, where instead of a token asset being pegged, only transactional state is synced. Yeah, go tell everyone I'm ripping into Y-Fuel. Apparently this isn't well, it'll get to announcement time. I want to describe that properly. But yeah, apparently it's Y-Fuel time now. Because these guys have me pissed. I might be wrong here. I might have to eat a whole bunch of crow, but I'm not liking how this is looking. Alright, so when a node observes a transaction concerning a vault they are monitoring, they compose a witness transaction and broadcast this into the network using their whitelisted addresses. So basically, they're just going to go tell some other systems that there was some activity that happened on another chain. This witness transaction contains the transactional state and is the same for every connected chain. no matter how that chain stores the original data. Oh! Okay. So you're claiming that you reinvented Chainlink and Polkadot, and you did it all in Ethereum? Wow! How'd you pull that one off, guys? Whew, I'm skeptical to begin with. Um, Liquidity model. Liquidity is achieved by bonding each supported asset to the network's native asset in pools. All right, great. So, YFB analysis? Yeah, YFB analysis was to stream yet last night for the code that is being launched, and then oh, don't look at the code. Oh, that means I need to look at the code. Okay, cool. Um, so then, yeah, I'm not meaning to dismiss it, but yeah, I did YFB analysis. That was the first stream that I did. You can look at that one on my page. Go through the code there live during the pre-sale. Then when I had time, I came back and looked at the service code before it was launched. I haven't had a chance to go back and look at it. As I understand, it hasn't launched just yet. I need to double check. I'm a little out of date on that point, and things move fast here. So, but yeah, YFB, I like YFB. I like YF Beta, to be clear. YF Beta, I like it. It's good code. The dev seems to be forthright and seems to have every interest in seeing this through. And they're, and in speaking with them and the way they behave, I get a feeling that, yeah, they're a dev and they really just want to see this through. They did not act, they were rather shy. Essentially, the way they acted, it got the feeling that they weren't trying to scam, because a scammer will usually try to engage with you and hype the scam. They actually turned down things that I offered to help them hype because they wanted to leave it up to the community. So, anyway, YFV, I'm invested in YFV, personally. So, my test wallet has some YFV. My main wallet that I don't share with people because fuck you guys, I don't need to. And how would you know that it's my only other wallet? That one I bought in YFV very early, and to be honest, until an investment stops producing money, I kind of just leave it there. Like, I don't give a shit if it's dropping down. I don't get FOMO on the, oh, well, that thing's getting 3,000% and my thing's only getting 80%. Like, well, I'll just buy the thing that's getting 3,000%. So I agree, they'll be there. So yeah, here for Y-Fuel. Yeah, fuck it. Let's go look at the code real quick and see what the hell is going on. Oh, what? No, sorry. I always forget that the read contract is not actually the contract. Okay, here it is. Contract. Alright, we're blowing this up. This is the token. Curve? I'm invested in Curve. Curve is traditional, like, that is TradFi just done in crypto. I'm cool with Curve. Curve's good. Curve is going to be the foundation of a lot of stuff going on until we finally kill the US dollar, and that'll happen one day. And when it does, I will have a goddamn party. Actually, I'll probably retire, because then I will consider my life's work done. Alright, so, here, looking through this, what have we got? We've got safe math and where are the other contracts too, for one? Like, to be clear. Let me see here. We've got that. We will throw you into Bloxy. Sushi? I think Sushi's main problem is the dev doesn't know how to manage a project from an optics standpoint. Because everything I've heard on Sushi, everything I've seen on Sushi and everything I've heard on Sushi, it's not that, it doesn't even have a problem. Like, I haven't dug into it exactly, but it just seems like the dev decided they should cut down and be alright. I'm also smoking weed, so, but sure, I will cut down on the cigarettes. Band is also a scam. Interesting. Yeah. Like I said, I'm not necessarily saying that it is or it is not. I'm not sure. I'm sort of leaving it as like, I haven't interacted with it enough to be really sure. And so, yeah, I am hesitant to consider both of them given what I'm hearing and what I've seen around here. As far as currencies, this is... yeah, this is the Y-Fuel token. Doesn't look like it's had that much activity. Let me see here. Huh. That's convenient. Real interesting there. Yeah. This is... alright, so I don't technically do forensic finance, but this would like set off alarm bells to any forensic finance guy, or forensic accounting guy, because this clearly looks like structured payments of some sort. Like, I know that they're laid out in, yeah, some ordering here, but even then, like, I'm sorry, this is not... You don't get a distribution of such even... like, what the fuck is happening here? Why is there all this 100 Y fuel? What the hell is... alright, 100 Y fuel came from here to here. Yes, I was referring to my list up above. Those are EFI tokens to set the expectation. Bench is not out yet. Bench doesn't exist yet. It's there. Yeah, no. I don't know why that went away. I didn't take that away, and I didn't make anybody mod, so I don't know what's going on with that. Yeah, you can find me on Twitter, where you found this. Feel free to message me. I'm happy to take links, tips, anything on a project coming out. Again, I give my assessments on code, and I will call out warnings when I see that there's something that the dev can do. It'll be up to people to make their decision on whether or not they mind the dev having governance or something like that. But yeah, I'm happy to accept the links, by all means. Send them to me on Twitter. I kind of prefer Discord. You should be able to find links to where I am on Discord there. But yeah, Twitter is probably the best place to just drop messages like that. Where am I? Oh yeah. Where fuel? I know, everyone's asked about Y-Fuel. I literally have Y-Fuel up right now. I am looking at Y-Fuel at the moment, and I am figuring out what the hell is going on here. Okay, so... this is a regular wallet. Okay. I don't know about Cetera. I have not dug into it. I know a lot of people are bullish on it, and go look at the tech. Okay, so there's various transactions. So this is the Uniswap exchange that is going through. Okay. So they deposited some in the Uniswap exchange. Alright, so that's reasonable enough. Let's see. Address statistics. Actually, fuck it. Let's look at the token graph. Really? Alright. So, quite a bit of trading around this. We've got our... aha! Here we go. So, this right here, the blue globe, that is the system. So that's where it happened for the mining, alright? This is a smart contract where some of the fuel went, and some of the fuel went over there. There's a DEX. Oh, okay. Alright, let me see here. Let me open some of those. I want to look at the DEX in a moment here, and I want to look at you. What the hell are you? Oh, you're a decentralized exchange. Okay, fine. You're alright there. Alright, so these are the various trades that are happening in the decentralized exchange. There's the decentralized exchange. So 15,000 Y-Fuel went here to this address, and that came from the system, so that has to be the thing that, the one that created the address. No, that's a decentralized exchange. So, where the fuck did this thing even come from? How did it get deployed? Alright, so this is the entire Ethereum network. I'm not saying scam. I'm confused as to how the tech even happened. Because the system sent 15,000 Y-Fuel tokens to this wallet. Where did the contract get created? Who did that? Alright, so let's see here. Referencing transactions, buy, sell, multi-send, get pair. Huh. Is this actually the token? Alright, this is supposed to be the token. So... where's the create? Alright, maybe it's just not showing me enough here. Let me see. Address statistics. It might have just cut it out, because to be honest, once there's enough activity, like the creation can roll off the end of this thing. Like it just Bloxy doesn't show it very well. You gotta go dig through the history to find it. Let's see. Swap ETH or swap exact ETH for tokens. Swap exact tokens for ETH. It's doing these things. Okay. So there was a bug that was fixed by the dev. Okay. How did they fix the bug? Let's see here. Alright, so we've got exchanges that are doing the transfer balance of. We've got the Uniswap router that's doing its thing. We've got, there's a external storage proxy for Storm external distributor. Okay, so that is generally an infrastructure thing for handling deployments. That's another smart contract. That's another smart contract. That's another smart contract. And that's another smart contract. Alright. And so then all those are users that did this. Who are you and why are you not connected to anything? Are you just not rendering the line here? Yeah, I'm getting the feeling that it's just not rendering the line. Okay, we'll chalk that up. Well, hold on. Let's go look at you and see. I don't want to necessarily chalk you up. Oh! Oh my. Okay. You are way more important than I thought you were. You are a... what the fuck are you? Alright, there's a Dex. There's a Dex. Maybe you're just a high trader? Maybe we just found a whale. I'm not sure. Oh. Wait. Hold on. I just found... what is Y-Farm? Is Y-Farm their farming system? Right. Have to go to home. Because, you know, why would you want to make your site work? Oh, Jesus. Oh, not that. I apologize. I fucked that up. Ah! Alright, so when looking in here, we have Y-Farm. 40... oh, Jesus. Alright, so that's like close to 1 million Y-Farm was sent over here to this thing, and to this guy. And when I open this up, this is a regular wallet that holds about 500,000 Y-Farm, a little bit of Y-Fuel, a little bit of YF Beta. How the fuck did this guy get 500,000 Y-Farm? And what the fuck is Y-Farm? If you guys can help me out, like, if you're familiar with their strategy here, and, like, how the fuck you're supposed to yield farm. The yield farm takes me back here. What the fuck? Oh, okay. Alright, so the token price will be 13 cents, and they're selling OTC 10 to 20x currently. Alright, so, can you either post a link to share info about a new DeFi no, you can send me the link. I don't give a shit about, like, if you spam it in the chat, I'm just gonna kick you out. Because, no, this isn't a shilling place. Fuck you guys. This is a place to answer questions and resolve things. If you'd like to send it to me on Twitter, you can send me that link. That's cool. I will go looking through it. I will look up that ALBT token. In fact, I will grab that now. But yes, thank you for asking. Kudos to you for asking if you can post the link. I appreciate that. So that is a polite action, so let's not rag on the guy. But I will ask if you could post it, send it to me first, and then I will go digging through that and consider that out. Is that what it really was? ALBT. I don't think it's Alter Dice. So, alright, I'll make a note of ALBT for later. And yes, send it to me on Twitter. You should, hopefully you found it through the link here, so you should be able to do it there. Alright, Y-Farm is a pre-sale of YFFS. Okay, well, then maybe not exactly a red flag, but consider that in the pricing scheme, because somebody got a massive pre-sale of Y-Farm, and they then promptly sent a shit ton of Y-Fuel to the distributed exchange. I would say base is a good buy. Don't worry about what the graph shows you as far as the sudden drop in price. That happened because they had disabled their rebase function when it first launched. I don't really like that they did that. I wouldn't consider it a scam, but it is definitely a shitty move to do. And apparently they also turned on the rebase without notifying everybody, because I didn't see an announcement in time that it was going out. And I couldn't find it on their Twitter to say that they were doing it beforehand. So, yes, based I think is a good buy. Get based. It should go up in value. As far as what is happening here, I'm digging into what is occurring as to the buy. Alright, so this is a whale that did a big OTC buy on the pre-sale of Y-Farm. I'm not thrilled that this many fucking tokens are going out on a pre-sale to begin with. That already sets that already sets a bad economic position on. Yes, that's what I was saying, is that the reason it was 500 and the reason it's 640 now is because the price, it's an elastic finance token. It changes its supply based on the price. They had the rebase function turned off deliberately. It was intended to be this way so that it could be bought up, and so that, no, Y-Fuel does not seem to be good. So they could buy that up, and then they turned on the rebase function, so all the people that had based at that high price, they suddenly got a massive increase. Like, they got like a 3,000% increase in the number of base tokens that they have. So those guys are fucking rich! I bought in a little bit when it was that high, but buying in at that high makes it a little difficult to continue, and so I just put a little bit in there to take advantage of that. I didn't know when it was going to occur, and surprise, it did. And then I bought a bunch more after that. No, I don't like Y-Fuel. I don't like Y-Fuel because... Alright, so to catch people up that we're not here for all of that. What I'm looking at with Y-Fuel here is... Oh, God. I put it on that window. I didn't mean to put it on that window. The difference buying now? The difference buying now is that it is still above its price point, but it is still at a reasonably valuable price, and so it's still going to go through a positive rebase. So if you buy now, you're going to end up getting more tokens when it does its next rebase, and as that occurs, it will just kind of continue on. Cool. Y-Farm is cheap. That's nice. I don't like that they have skewed up the economics on this by dumping so many out there to begin with. Have not gotten into the contract yet, but I'm already not thrilled at what I'm finding here, and trying to dig through their documentation here. This is silly gobbledygook. Like, the words make sense kind of in the order they're listing them out, but I'm not entirely sure why the fuck they're telling me some of these things, especially when they get into this primary, secondary vault, especially when they're talking about how they can... is holding Y-Fuel on... Oh, holding based? Yeah, holding based on Uniswap is fine. You might suffer some impermanent loss, but that's the beautiful thing about EFI tokens, is that you can never actually truly lose liquidity. No, store based on the exchanges. As far as I'm concerned, if your money's not doing work, fuck it. Like, you're an idiot. So I have all of my money always in something everywhere all the time. I am never just sitting on something. That's a stupid move. It will be in value. Any impermanent loss that you suffer from having that exchange, that will be fine, because the token will adjust its supply and you'll get your liquidity back, because it will have to adjust to account for the price differential. So as far as getting buying it somewhere, just buy it on Uniswap and then put it right back in and then stake. Yeah, going through here, they're they've laced a bunch of gobbledygook about no stop losses. I don't feel a need to put it in the stop loss. Now, mind you, I'm suggesting that you put it into something like Uniswap or Mooniswap, where basically just follow their staking. Do that for right now with based. I would not put it on a normal exchange, only because with a normal exchange, they're not relational pools, and so somebody could actually buy all of your based on like a normal exchange with spot pricing and whatnot. With something like a liquidity pool in the decentralized exchanges, most of those is not technically possible to drain that, and therefore where YF Beta is right now, I might sell off like 10, maybe 20% of YF Beta and put that into based. I would probably also do that with Ample. Actually, I would do that with Ample, because Ample is below $1 right now, and so it's going to go through a negative rebase to bring its price back up, but that's fine. Even though it goes through a negative rebase, you actually end up profiting. I sunk about 100,000 into Ample when it was at 65 cents. So, anyway, yeah, I would say buy base, buy Ample on Uniswap, and then stake it. Yes. Some folks will tell you that's a bad idea because you're going to suffer impermanent loss, but they're not considering that the tokens are elastic, and putting them into the Uniswap or other similar staking systems or depositing systems, because they can never buy the last bit of currency in the pool, they can never truly get the elastic token out, and so now your contribution to that pool will be able to provide infinite liquidity, provided the price keeps returning to normal, and they're designed to return to normal, so it'll be fine. Anyway, so yeah, in here, they talk about bonding supported network assets. They talk about being cross-chain and reaching to other points, and like, I'm not even sure how the fucking tech would work on that. They talk about having vaults, but that's what prompted me to, again, go look at the code and be like, okay, so where the fuck are your vaults? Like, where is this code of where these things are talking to? and I'm not entirely sure I understand what the hell is going on. Interesting. There was an approval to send a whole bunch of ETH to this address. I don't entirely know why. Like, why did the Dex approve sending a bunch of ETH here? That's interesting. Yeah, I could spend time getting into the contract and everything, but it looks like the stuff they're claiming to do or to have isn't there yet. Because I'm looking through this to try to figure out, like, okay, so is this what you're doing with these vaults? Like, is this your scheme here? You don't have a good description of what your profit model is. You describe a bunch of tech that other people are spending like millions of dollars to develop, and I don't see where that's happening. They have a site that doesn't work properly. Like, as far as the formula for the pool ownership, and it can be part of the presale. I understand that, but that's what I'm getting at. Is okay. So you're telling me there's a presale. You're telling me not you. I mean, like what I'm seeing here is there's a presale. They're distributing them around. Okay, fine. They're sending a shit ton of their presale tokens and other stuff out to various people on like massive sales. Well, one, how the fuck do I know that this massive OTC private sale is actually that and isn't just another wallet that the team holds? And so basically they just gave themselves a big payday waiting for the price to go up. Why they claim to be using all of this tech to do things I'm not, like, they're not even properly describing how they're gonna make that happen, or even properly describing what the point of the fucking tech is. Like, the way they're laying it out is supposedly that, I know you're saying tech, but that's what I'm getting at here is like, I don't believe this thing can do what it's talking about, because they're talking about connecting to other chains. They're talking about having systems that are going to collect that other chain's data and send it over. They're going to be able to do it. They just flippantly say this. Like, they say, this witness transaction contains the transactional state is the same for every connected chain. So no matter what that chain stores, or no matter how that chain stores the original data. Really, no matter how. You do realize that I get paid like mid-six figures to figure out how to convert fucking text, right? Like, you're talking about redefining and storing multiple different blockchains' data. Doesn't matter how it's handled. Really, just doesn't matter. Okay, you're just gonna flippantly throw that off in a single sentence. You're not gonna describe how any of that is occurring. You say once supermajority consensus is reached. Oh, really? Once supermajority consensus reached, how many fucking nodes are you talking about here? Because if it's more than even a small number, like if you've got a cluster greater than like, I wouldn't want to have supermajority in a cluster over like 21. If you got more than 21, and even then I don't want to push that. I don't like to have a supermajority in a cluster over like 9. The fuck? Slink, I like Slink. Slink is a good idea, tied to Link like that. I like Link a lot, so yeah, I like Slink. I have bought Slink. I'm not telling you to buy Slink. I'm not giving any financial advice, partly because of the regulations, but I am saying I like Slink. I really like Ample, I like Based, I like Rample, I like Slink, and I like Bench when it's coming out. Alright, so here, pool ownership, native asset stake, native asset balance. Wow, that's a whole bunch of math. Let's see here. So that is where they're going to take the native asset balance. They are going to take the pool asset balance, and they're going to add that together. So what do you mean by pooled asset balance? Pool of what? Which fucking pool? All right, liquidity is achieved by bonding each supported asset to the network's native asset in pools. Really? So, which network? Because earlier up here you talk about working across chains, and then here you're saying that you're bonding each supported asset to the network's native asset. So I'm guessing you're talking about things like you're going to bond, Slink to Ethereum, Base to Ethereum on Ethereum, but then what the fuck are you going to do over on Bitcoin? Are you talking about integrating with Polkadot and Link? Are you going to talk about Tron or EOS? I don't know what the fuck is. Yeah, I don't like this. I really don't. This is making me very, very, like, uncomfortable and a little fucking angry. This is terrible written documentation. The site is put together horribly. Fuck it, let's dig into the code for a second here. This is probably going to be quick. I'm not going to go line by line. So basically we had here, alright, so we got safe math, and then we got Y-Fuel as the token. There's almost no fucking comments in here. Okay. We have an airdrop. Oh, so you're airdropping these things. I hate fucking airdrops. I mean, it's nice to just have shit show up in your wallet, but I don't like you giving away money. That fucks up the entire economics. That's why I'm not thrilled on these massive pre-sales. When there's massive OTC pre-sales for a token, I'm very, very wary. Because that's priming an organic rug pull. Not in the sense that Dev is pulling a scam or anything, but it's just setting it up to say, oh, here, I'm going to give you a whole bunch of something cheap. I'm going to give you so much of it that you just dwarf the entire rest of the economy. And, oh my god, they transferred 15,000 Y-Fuel and then 165,000 Y-Fuel out? Alright, so they bought more Y-Fuels. They got a bunch of these farms, then they bought a bunch of Y-Fuel. I don't like massive pre-sales like that. It's like, thanks for setting up a market around a token, and then just, like, peppering it with wolves and bears. Beautiful. I step into this thing and I'm a goddamn lunch. Alright, so, name yearn.fuel. Oh, that's good. So you're gonna point me back to the site that doesn't fucking work. Whatever. UI fuel, standard stuff. Deadline now plus 37 days, 32 days for round 1, round 2. Why the fuck is it coded into your... Normally we handle that sort of shit with another contract. Alright, so the Mark token isn't out yet, so you can't buy that now. Based and Ample are both below their target price point, so this is the... I'm sorry, Ample is below its target price point, so it's a perfect time to snap it up. Based is close to its target price point, so it's reasonable enough to buy in. I'm not sure it's actually going to drop below its price point, so we'll see. And Rample, good, solid, just not as big a market share. What I have done is I am currently, I'd have to double check, but I'm about 70%, or I'm like 80% into Ample right now, and then I'm 10% into Base, and roughly 10% into Base, roughly 10% into Rample. To be honest, it's probably more like, 66.7 something, because I got a few other assets there. I just, whatever. And then a bunch of other stuff just kind of spread out across everything else. Anyway, where was I? Right, so in here, the token, it has these deadlines, it has a total supply, it's got a giant total supply. This is an insane supply. Jesus. Okay, total distributed, constant, request minimum. I Geyser 2 is you mean the Enceladus Geyser where they launched a whole bunch of extra ones and laid them out? I think what you're asking about is already there. So, version 2. Let me double check if we know what we're talking. Like if we're both talking about the same thing. Right here. This one where it's got these things. All right, so yeah, I will go ahead and call on Y-Fuel. Yeah, I really don't like this. I'd have to dig into what all of this is doing, but it looks from what I'm seeing here, it looks like they've loaded a bunch of logic into the token itself that doesn't need to be there. So this is kind of a bad design. Like, why does the token need this code for handling the rounds when that should be managed by a controller contract? Like, the YF Beta guy wrote this much better. He didn't load up a bunch of logic in his fucking token like this. Didn't go through. It's got a transfer ownership. That's normal. But you didn't use ownable. So you just wrote your own transfer ownership. It's implemented properly, but oh, you didn't even bother using any sort of framework. Just did it yourself. Awesome. So that's an inefficient call. That should be a require, not an if. It can be, but yeah, this is badly coded. This is doing a bunch of get tokens, and it's returning a canister. Yeah, I don't like Y-Fuel. Fuck Y-Fuel. Y-Fuel looks like garbage to me. I don't know if it's a giant fucking scam. I'm leaning towards that if they're not a scam, then they really don't know what the fuck they're doing. And the way they're handling their pre-sale, they're clearly setting things up. Like, even if they aren't setting things up to do a massive rug pull from themselves and a bunch of the pre-sale whales, then they're just doing it. Like, they may not even realize what they're doing, but that's what they're setting up. Like, they are priming this thing to become a giant fucking massive rug pull. The code is garbage. Yeah, fuck Y-Fuel. I don't like Y-Fuel. Spread the word. I don't like Y-Fuel. If they want to come fight me on it, I'll have them on the show, and I'll ask them to explain what the fuck they're doing. Because if those motherfuckers can explain their white paper and why it's complete and utter garbage, maybe we can have a conversation. But, like, I'm sorry. I don't trust anyone that can't write that paper to write that code. So, where was I? Oh, yes. We're going to go through questions, and then I'll get back to the announcement. You guys are fantastic. So yeah, where was I? Yeah, so we covered the EFI tokens, covered the distribution there. Like I said, I like Ample a lot. Based is very good. I would honestly say an even distribution between all four. The only reason I'm heavy into Ample is it was the first one out, and is the one that I grabbed up the most of, and I'm just looking to fill out my portfolio with more and more of these. I'm probably going to get to an equilibrium of like 20% of my portfolio in each of these. Might raise Mark up to a 30 or 40%, and then, is that right? Yeah. So yeah, rise it up between that like 20 to almost a 30, maybe a little above a 30, and then use the rest across a bunch of other stuff that I think is good. I'd probably hold on to like 5% of 5% of Link, not because I don't like Link. Link's absolutely fantastic, but I will be planning on properly capitalizing on the innovation of Link through EFI tokens. But that's because I'm a big EFI nut. I love EFI. I think that it's, like I said, the special relativity of finance, and I think EFI is going to have the same effect on economics that nuclear power and the understanding of general and special relativity had on physics. For heading down the list there, I don't know when the second geyser is coming, unless it's this one that you were talking about. I do not have special knowledge. I am not working with the team nor directly. I would say go ahead and buy in now, because my strategy with Ample is buy into everything you can with Ample as it goes, and then as they bring up new stuff, just buy more fucking Ample and continue on. What happened with Based? Okay, to explain what happened with Based. Alright, so if you guys were here earlier when I was describing it, pardon as I say it again, but the defining quality of EFI Elastic Finance is that it can change the supply of the tokens. Now, this is a good thing because it is changing the supply based on a price index or other index market indicator to decide should you have more tokens or fewer tokens. And this can lead to a very healthy economy. The difference being is that when Based launched, they didn't turn on their rebase function, and that was by design. They didn't turn on their rebase function because they wanted to let the thing run for a little bit, and they wanted to help drive up the price through people trading, knowing that this thing wasn't going to rebase back down towards its target price. And so they set it up such that when people were buying in and it's going up and up and up and up and up and up in value, they're kind of priming the pump such that as it continues on, it's going to get greater and greater in value. It's going to prime up for a massive positive rebase. Then they triggered the starting rebase, and the starting rebase drug it almost all the way back down to its target price. But all the people holding Based suddenly got additional tokens, so that when the supply was increased, their currency wasn't diluted. So if they own 10% of all available Based tokens previously, and they increase the supply, then later on they own 10% of all Based tokens after that. They still have the same percentage of the market. It's just now the buying power is broken up across more units of currency. So all the people that had Based before it dropped, and all the people that are holding it through that drop, they didn't lose any value because the price went down, but they got more tokens. So they're fine. Everyone else, we just saw this giant fucking drop. We didn't see what their balances were, so it looks like this thing fell off a cliff and is now worthless. And the SYFI, let me see. I don't think I know SYFI. Jesus. Why? There's so much I have to find out about the market. Let's see. A yearn-pegged asset. Alright, well, I'll get to that in just a second. For Base, the target price is 1 SUSD. So, 1 Based should equal 1 SUSD. So long as it's within 5% of that price, then it won't adjust. If it's more or less than 5% of that price, it's going to change its availability. Oh, thank you. September 10th, the Ample Geyser Beehive 2. Thank you very much. I had missed that announcement. I appreciate that. For anyone that's not aware, Beehive Crypto is, I think over here is where I have the without the way to get to it. So anyway, Alright, so yes, Ample rebases like Based, all of these do. That's the whole point of them, is that, now I want to be clear here, is just because something uses the rebase function doesn't mean it's Elastic Finance. It has to be able to increase its supply. You can still use the rebase function and code it such that it would only ever rebase downward. So basically, negative rebase is the new burn. A lot of tokens that are being deflationary and they're quote-unquote burning tokens, they're actually using a rebase function to do that better so that they have less of a valuation impact, or actually no valuation impact on the holders of the token when they burn. In the case of... trying to get to wherever the link... Why the fuck does nobody put good links? Like, why is there not a giant fucking link to this thing everywhere I can find? Why is not, like, every word about Beehive, every time it's describing it, not a goddamn link to the thing? I hate how people don't know how to write any fucking marketing material. All right. Anyway, sorry. So yeah. For this, the way I think Based is going, I'm not sure it's going to drop below $1 anytime soon. I would. There's the Tron hives. Um, yeah, I don't know where the. Oh, you probably tell me where the. Yeah. So anyway, like I was saying, um, no, both. That's what I'm getting at. Is it's both. It's not a matter of one or the other. In this case, they are both good. They are both doing the same thing, but they are correlating to different price points and different valuations to make that price point. So, yeah, I would buy a bunch of Ample because it's below its price point, and thus you're going to get a negative rebase that will look bad because you're going to get fewer tokens, but the tokens will go up in value, and thus, like, it's baked in. Like, if you just sit on it, it's going to go up in value. Yes, you can. I would recommend a lot of Ample. I am buying all the fucking Ample I can get my hands on. Now that Based has dropped, I've also bought way more Ample, or bought way more Based too, because it's dropped down. I'm not sure that it's going to get to its dollar. I'm just telling you now that if you get it now, you run the risk that it's going to go down, and if it goes down, that can generally be okay. Just know, it's going to look a little weird. But it should go back up and you should be perfectly fine. All the others, by all means, get into that. I would I would put probably majority into Ample because actually that's what I am doing. What I am doing myself is I'm putting the majority into Ample because the price is good, and then I'm picking up more Based and Rample because it's generally useful. Now, sorry, I've been going off on this and I wanted to, yeah, make sure I didn't miss questions. Alright. Scale. I'm not sure what the hell scale is. We will dig into that. Sure. I'll take a quick look. Cool. We'll take a look at you in... Oh, that's right. We'll take a look at you in a moment. Alright, cool. So, where was I? So yeah, I'll take a look at scale. I don't know what the fuck it is, so I'll have to dig into that. SYFI. I had no idea what SYFI is or was. Oh, Soft Yearn. Okay. Neat. I don't think I knew what you were doing previously. Oh, there it is. Okay, I had you there. Cool. Well, useful to have you. Neat. You are really goddamn cheap. So we'll come back to you in a second here. Let's look. Oh. 1 SY. Okay, so it is going to be 3 millionths of an FYI? Interesting. Oh, very interesting. Huh. So they've got a derivative that is based on YFI. Token presale. Did they do their token presale yet? Yes, they did. Okay. Damn it. Alright, anyway. Let's see here. What is... Oh, neat. They just let you get it. I like them. They built a decent site. Holy shit. Oh, yay. Oh, and they're using a decent viewer for this, too, where they're hosting the PDF and where you can... Nice. Alright, these guys know what the fuck they're doing, at least when putting something together. Soft peg currency... Alright, so, what is this? Rebase every 24 hours at 6 a.m. Eastern Time. Oh, wow, okay, so this thing's going to adjust its price just as people are waking up on the East Coast of the U.S.? So everyone's going to wake up, look at their wallets, and see what this thing does. Alright, cool. I'm liking this thing already. Neat. I will get to scale in a second. why you're in .finance? Yeah, because it's the biggest, it's the earliest, it's the best, and to be honest, being first to market means you're probably going to be around for a very long time. I mean, IBM is still fucking here, for God's sakes, and nobody's buying an IBM PC. Think about that. So, alright, I can see that. The software in equilibrium, yep, alright, so it's going to be adjusting. Let's see. It's going to be adjusting supply. What is the rate of its supply? Alright, it says adjusted over time. I understand that. Contraction, reduce it over time. I understand. Equilibrium, it just holds there. Soft urine. Ooh, okay. Alright, let's see here. I don't know, did they? Ah, price is dirt cheap. Alright, well, it sounds like I got another contender for a little bit of forensic analysis to see what the fuck might have happened there. Alright, cool. We will do that in just a second. Now, wanted to get back to scale, because I did believe they were asking earlier on that, so I'd like to respect that question. Thank you. Scale. And again, while I'm pulling it up, please remember, like, subscribe, send out the channel, pimp things, let people know, and I take donations at cyotee.eth. That is available in the description and everything else. That part of what else keeps me going. That's also something that has already shown value to others, and they're interested in expanding what I'm doing. But in this case, Scale is a hybrid use token, which represents a right to work in the network as a validator, scale, or delegator. Okay, so this is a whole new blockchain. Oh, wait, what? Oh, it's built on ERC 777. Okay. Got it. So it is Ethereum based. Okay, that clarifies. It is Ethereum based. No, they are going to make a new coin and airdrop everyone per rebase. So wait, hold on. Soft Yearn out there. The rebase is broken. And they're going to make a new coin and airdrop everyone per rebase. I'm with you. I don't understand. I understand. I can kind of understand what they're doing here, but yeah, okay. I see your concern, because yeah, they're just gonna drop everyone per rebase. That's yeah, that's a little odd. Because they should just be able to modify it. Yeah, it's not bad. It's just an interesting idea and needlessly complicated. So, yeah, I'll do a post-mortem on that. So yeah, thank you very much for helping me out with Soft Yearn. I really appreciate that, guys. I mean, like, you brought it up, you laid it out, you helped provide the answer of exactly what was going on, and you give me an idea for a post-mortem on them to dig through the code and see exactly what occurred. So, thank you. So we'll just shelve Soft Yearn for now and leave that as don't fucking buy it, and go and keep an eye on them for the next round, but be very, very cautious on the next round, because Parsec PRQ. Cool. Let's see here. Alright, so, moving along there. When you got the question of debating selling YF Beta for Ample, as always, I'm not your financial advisor. I am not making recommendations. I technically cannot make recommendations because I'm not actually bonded and employed as a financial advisor. But I would definitely say that I would be in the same predicament.
It is the question of, will YF beta continue going up in value, or should I jump on it? I will tip that over, and again, this is my consideration, is that if I was holding any YF beta, which I do not, because I want to remain independent because of the audit. I don't want anyone thinking that I'm saying YF beta is good because I hold YF beta. I'm going the classic traditional finance, audit route where they put a lot of limitations on what part. This is why I don't like old finance, because to be honest, working for banks, there's a fair amount of limitation on what I can do there. REO DeFi, took a look at that one. I am interested in what they're doing. I do see some definite potential there, but we'll have to dig into the tech. Thank you very much for appreciating that. I really like that people are getting feedback from this. And so that is where I will say, Parsec, I'm going to have to take a look at it. I'll bring that one back up later, because it looks like they are going for an off-chain oracle. That I see potential in there. It's useful to have that, but we will get in there. It's a ENS address. It works in Ethereum wallets. ENS, Unstoppable Domains. There's a few other ones. There's XYZ. They're basically a DNS service or name service for Ethereum addresses. And so, yeah, if you have MetaMask, quite literally, just type in that entry and MetaMask will take it no problem. Uphold, pretty much every Ethereum wallet out there will just make that happen. So just punch it in the address like you would normally and send it over and it'll just work. I know it's magic. If you don't have an ENS address or Unstoppable Domains, I would highly recommend going and grabbing them because they're fantastic. Which can bring me to why I own YFV. I will put it as I am bought into YFV. I, again, can't give advice. I'm not going to do an audit on them necessarily. I might do a post-mortem because I own them. But I mean, full disclosure here, I own YFV. I'm reasonably good on it. I like the structure. It seems to be alright. So, take that as you will. Alright, so, now, we have these. Unfortunately, I'm going to have to dig into Parsec. Having an off-chain oracle can be useful. I find benefit there. So that'll be handy. For scale, yes, I am intrigued by this. The way that they're bringing on off-chain validators to Ethereum for their token level. That is going to be interesting. So, yeah. I'm interested in scale. I find it intriguing. I will tentatively say, sure, why not? But I'm kind of the investor that the second I look at something and see, you got somewhat reasonably interesting technology, you're not just another arbitrage bot. I'm not dismissing them, I just don't care. That's, not what I want to make my money on. I want to use my money to cause innovation and spur innovation. I am not concerned with turning a profit. I have enough profit. I have been up and down so many times that I am confident enough in my ability to generate revenue when needed. I don't feel the need to compile huge amounts of currency, and I don't want to stop working. I got no desire to retire. I literally plan to keel over. Well, I'm either going to keel over dead working because I do actually enjoy my job so much, or I'm going to decide that I am winding down and can't keep doing it. And then I will like to throw a giant fucking party where the goal is to try to give me a heart attack. I just want to keel over partying. DFT, Defy It. I'm not sure. Defy It token. Alright, defyit.net. Alright, so I'm going to have to get through some of these requests. I'm having to hang around and continue doing that. But for a lot of people that came for my announcement, I've already delayed that, partly because you got my attention with Y-Fuel, and a lot of people have been asking me about Y-Fuel and needing me to get into it, so fuck Y-Fuel. I'm not sure they're a scam, but from what I see, the motherfuckers don't know what the hell they're doing. And given what they're laying out in trying to claim to achieve, the fact that they can't even get a basic website working properly, they can't present their documentation in a good readable form, it either looks like they're deliberately trying to make things difficult
so that people can't figure out what the hell they're doing. And from looking at the token exchanges on bloxy.info, it looks like they're setting up for a rug pull. If they're not deliberately setting up for a rug pull, then everything they're doing with their pre-sales, the OTC stuff, I hate OTC. I fucking hate OTC. All that shit, then, yeah. I'm not talking about YF Beta. To be clear, I'm talking about Y Fuel. Y Fuel is Dharma verified on the app. I don't know what you mean by Dharma verified. What the hell is Dharma? I mean, I understand the concept of Dharma as in the religious concept, the spiritual one. I just don't know what you mean by Dharma verified on the app. So we'll have to get back to that. Dharma.io. Oh. Neat. Okay. I'll come take a look at you. I think I looked at you a while ago. I'm not sure. 0 gas fees. And oh, you have the Moloch statue. Yay, the Moloch. I needed that. Okay, that's it. That is where I need to make my announcement, because I got the image right here. And this is the universe telling me that it is time to talk about my announcement. So for everyone that's been here, so thank you so much for being patient. I will get to some of the other questions. Already looked at Rio. I'm intrigued by Rio. I would chalk it up along the same line of DOT, EOS, Tron, all these other chains that are coming out is yeah, buy some. There's room in the market for all of them. Diversify, buy a little of each early on, and just hold on to it. If it turns into something fantastic, you can jump on that as it continues along. If it doesn't, you only bought a little bit to see it out. All right, so the announcement that I wanted to get into. What has been going on here, where I started off with the live audits. They're very interesting, very fun. I really, really like that. But I do realize that as much as everyone loves what I'm doing there, and I'm not saying that I'm not ending it, but I'm being clear here, is that I do realize that there's a much greater demand for that sort of auditing and educational service than I can supply on my own. And since I know other people are not doing it, I'm not knocking them, but there's not another YouTube creator that's doing this sort of thing. I'm not even technically a YouTube creator. I just jumped on because it seemed like a good idea. They're following classic trading channel strategies. They're basically mad money for crypto. They're talking about what stuff is out there. They're talking about the tech, but they're not doing a real in-depth analysis. They are very likely in their own. I'm going to trust them that they're doing that. They're not idiots. They verified my contract. Oh, Dharma verified YF Beta. Oh, sweet. And so, wait, what is Dharma doing? Dharma does an audit? Oh, well, thank you. Thank you very much. So, to make sure I'm understanding here, is Dharma is a DApp browser, and Dharma does... So basically, Dharma offers some security, and... Okay, I don't like that they can help you regain access to your funds without a paper backup or seed phrase. That should not be physically possible, but people use centralized exchanges. It's not bad. I just refuse to do that with any real assets. Not judging them. I want to be clear here. If I don't get the seed phrase, I don't trust you to hold assets. Yeah, I'll download it. Thank you. But yeah, if you're saying that, so these guys do an audit of their own for dApps to be added to their wallet. Neat. Then if they did that audit and then validated YF Beta and are now including it in Dharma, fantastic. Congratulations. Good for Dharma, good for YF Beta. I'm very happy. That is fantastic. They're going to be a beautiful couple together. That's going to work fantastically. And thank you for letting me know. And thank you for saying that you emailed them. That's fantastic. I really appreciate that. Maybe I can talk to Dharma at some point, which can work out very well. I will download their app. I just don't keep funds in a wallet that I don't have the seed phrase to. And if they say they can help me, anyway, I'll save that. I'll still likely use them and pass funds through them the same way I like pass funds through Coinbase. So yeah, this lovely little picture here of Moloch, or Mammon. Sorry, that's not Moloch. That's not. I can't remember what that is. I know. Well, I'm sorry. I don't think it's gonna come down anytime fucking soon. I apologize. Like, it's apparently, from what I'm hearing there, these guys are good and reputable. Getting this sort of vetting, getting, being up in price. Yeah, they're the next YFI. Those two are probably going to be neck and neck for a while once it gets up there. Anyway, with this, sorry, I realized that's not Moloch. That's another one. Moloch's the owl guy. So, yes, back to my story. Thank you. So yeah, I see that there's a space here. There's a real need for you guys to get reliable security analysis and audits, to get it done cheaply. There's a real need for... Yeah, thank you. Maybe we'll meet up sometime. Get your fat stacks. We can take a vacation to like Hawaii or Jamaica or something, provided the world doesn't fucking end. That or we'll meet in VR and like enjoy that while the world burns. But yeah, I identified there's a real need here. You guys really, really need people that can understand the code, will go through, explain it, and not charge you a fucking arm and a leg. I understand why the professional firms operate the way they do. For one, they're getting code before it releases typically, and so they need to pay for security around that. They need to be licensed. They need to be bonded. Oh, you live in Hawaii. Nice. Nice! I have an ex literally living there. I will leave it at that. Where the fuck was I? Oh, yeah. DFT, drop a link to what DFT actually is so I can go find it easily, and I'll take a look after this after I say this. Alright, not to get distracted. So yeah, the community needs security analysis, it needs code analysis, it needs actual testing of deployed contracts. The problem of that is when you deploy a contract, it's done, it's immutable, as you guys know, and so if you test the contract and it doesn't work, what the fuck do you do? Technically, you can issue a delete command and get rid of it, but, and it doesn't mean it goes back, it's just like you can wipe something out and then be able to like continue on later, but you can't fix anything. Now, I will save getting into the tech here, but one of the things that I have done most of like the past decade in IT, in almost every fucking job I've had, whether I've had to design a system, whether I've been fixing a system that's already working, or that's like was working, is having problems, I'm readjusting, like making some update or adding in some feature. Usually along that process, I will have to end up building out what's called a software development lifecycle, or pipeline. The lifecycle being what you, like the layout of the procedure, the pipeline being you putting it out. And because I tend to work in traditional financial tech, like banks, credit card processors, stock exchanges, some work on medical. On that side, it's pretty much all either around like medical transaction data, or around like the actual medical data itself. So a lot of security in those areas, and a bit of government work. Also consulting with law enforcement, a little consulting with the military, all as a freelance contractor, never actually enlisted or employed, and a little bit for NASA. Don't think too highly of it. They just couldn't figure out a particular server, and I had to go teach them how it worked and why it did the things it did, and why they even wanted to do those things. Apparently they couldn't understand. Anyway, so in all of that, I've pretty much always had to deal with a security problem where we have to make sure that the code we've written is good, that it will work, that there's no flaws in the code,
And as we do that, we have to do it in a reliable and secure way. Because unfortunately, we don't have the advantage of an immutable blockchain to write our code to and never have it change. We have the problem of servers that are actively running that people are trying to hack into. We are dealing with the problem. Thank you. Um, we are dealing with the problem that also humans might be trying to infiltrate the organization and actually inject things. That people might, that malicious actors might actually be trying to hack into the software development lifecycle, like as we're doing our work, and inject code. Like we are a prime target for everything we're doing. So in these cases, what we build out is a secure software development lifecycle termed as building what's called an immutable server. I'm giving you some terms here because you want to go tell people about my idea and bring them over. You can have some buzzwords to throw at them. You don't have to explain everything, but you can be like, look, man, he says he's doing this stuff with immutable servers and like treating instances like cattle, not pets, and producing automated static code analysis and fuzz testing results for contracts deployed to a independent development blockchain that he's maintained. And it sounds a bit more grandiose than it actually is. Like, honestly, serious developers in this stuff, they have a bunch of tools that they can run a tiny blockchain themselves locally. Because they're not bringing in all the old data, they're literally just starting up their own on their computer. They can test out code, do some work there, and then they can always connect to the test net if they want to interact with things in the broader system. So, and actually integrate with like a live network that's functional. Well, what I do a lot of times, like what's included in almost every single one of my projects, in addition to anything else I'm doing, is that I have to build out a system by which when a developer submits their code, it's called committing in. When you see in here guys working in GitHub and like, here's the GitHub for my code, we would call uploading to GitHub the commit process. That's partly because it's involving a database, but anyway, we have a bunch of security around that to be able to say, okay, when a developer uploads, we're going to secure and authenticate them so that we know that it's the developer. We're going to, after the authentication, require a cryptographic signature to come along with the code. In fact, quite literally, blockchain is based on what we're doing to validate the code and identify that, like, yes, this code came from that developer right there. From there, we're going through a whole long process. Usually it takes about, if you write it really well and you know what you're doing, you can get it down to about 10 minutes. A lot of things, it's more like 20, 30 minutes, maybe a bit longer, depending on how much testing you have to do. But the basic process is that the developer hits save and upload. It goes from their laptop, which is securely connected to the company's network through a VPN, goes to the company's secure software management server where they're getting the source code. That then triggers other servers to take that code, go through the necessary compilation process to get it into, from the human readable form into the form that, can be read and understood by the computer. Then, as part of doing that, it runs through a bunch of tests that we code out in addition to that. So, in addition, part of why it takes so long to write this stuff is in addition to writing the code that does the work, we're also having to write code that tests that code to make sure it works. And so we actually write out a whole long series of tests where we're testing each little piece independently and then building that up over time where we go, okay, each little piece works independently, now let's test them together, now let's put more together. Okay, we finished testing locally, let's put it on a server, let's simulate users sending in requests, and in all of this we have a variety of tools where we're looking at the source code and parsing it, reading it with the computer, so that they can find any problems or errors that, even though the code may look like it works, it's not going to do what it intends. Then further, we get into automated testing, where either you're simulating transactions or interactions with the software to simulate what users are doing, so that way you can test, say, 100,000 user interactions in 5 minutes.
also doing load testing to confirm that it functions under heavy operations, and doing further analysis while the code is running to confirm that everything is working properly. So we're also usually writing out the test scenarios for what that should look like, so that when the thing is operating, this automated process, it knows what is normal and good and what would be a problem. In all of that, it's producing reports on everything that this framework has analyzed about the code while it's running. We get plain English reports telling us how the code is operated. That system is reading those reports and continuing them on to deploy to servers, and we can literally automate this from the point that the only human interaction that it takes to deploy a change to, like, the software for a bank, or like Netflix and Amazon literally work this way. Netflix does this, and they're releasing new code, last I checked, every 7 minutes. And the way they and all these companies are working to operate, or intending to operate, is that the developer clicks save and upload. It runs through an entire automated process that confirms that it works, and at the end, either just automatically deploys it using a deployment plan that we define out and send out there, or tells us that it's ready, lets us review the reports, and then we can make that final decision to actually go live and deploy it out to the real world, what we call going to production, so that it's out there. Like the new version of Amazon is out there, new version of Netflix is out there, or some little piece of it. And so I have an idea that because of how smart contracts are written, it's actually going to be a lot easier. We don't have to actually write all the tests all the time. And the build and deployment process is pretty standard. And we can run a local version of the Ethereum blockchain. Not all of the stuff that's already out there, but we can run a miner as part of the development process. So we can do a trial test of deploying the contract to the blockchain, just one we're running ourselves. We can put whatever other data we want on there, so we can deploy whatever contracts, whatever tokens are necessary for this to function. If something's saying, like, I integrate with Curve, we can go grab Curve's code off the blockchain and just put it on ours to simulate that. We can mint whatever tokens we want, so we could populate Curve with, like, $1 million, $1 billion if we wanted to. It's not actually there, because those tokens won't work anywhere else, but you see what I'm getting at. We can lay out whatever market scenario we want by priming the blockchain with whatever transactions we want to play into it. We could save various states of the market as we prime this, and so we can say, okay, what did the Ethereum market look like at this date and time, at this point in time? What would it look like if we did these certain things? And so we can save this archive of essentially blockchain states. We can have an automated system that when the contract is put in, it scans the code statically, deploys it to the local blockchain in whatever scenario you'd like to test it in, looks at how it's supposed to interact with the contract, begins sending in either test data that the developer would have to provide, or just figures it out and sends shit in, and tries to make sure that the contract's working. They would probably need to include information to say this is what the contract should do, but I'm pretty sure that we could represent that in a final state of the blockchain of what it should look like and do the comparison from there. And so I'm pretty sure that with a bit of work, a bit of funding, and handled by launching a essentially audit DAO, I can get a team together to build out essentially an automated audit as a service. Essentially, smart contract developers, Ethereum developers, and eventually any other blockchain that can work like this, they would be able to go to a website. They, with a little bit of additional scripting they'd have to write out, that I could easily do videos to teach them how to do it, and I'm sure every developer that I've ever done this sort of thing with is absolutely thrilled to learn how to make their life easier by automating all of this work, so that they can just go to a website, securely upload their smart contract to this website. We'll not look at it, so it can be all private and secret, but by submitting that and any tests that they want to run, we can run the entire test securely, produce reports that could then be provided to the rest of the community that are validated as coming from us. Like, we might upload them to IPFS and then mint a token that would act as the link back to that. So you would know, all right, the report that they got from us that they're telling you to go look at, we put that on IPFS. So that's immutable. You know that's good, and that you can trust that, because the developer didn't have a chance to edit it or anything. And so the developer could provide reports leading up to a launch to say, I've written the code, it is working, here is AuditDAO's automated report saying that my contract works as I stated that it should. Here, then we could continue on to say, well, if you use similar scripting for the testing to tell us how you want this thing deployed, as in you want it to mint the contract, like create the contract, dispense some tokens back to the wallet, then you would like those tokens, you would like to receive some Ethereum to provide liquidity, you would like to push that out to a liquidity pool, you would like to take the tokens from that liquidity pool and lock them, like in Unicrypt. We could script out that entire process such that, again, if the developer wants to, it quite literally just comes down to, is like, all right, log in, here's your testing environment, upload your code, we'll walk you through how to set up the test, upload that, click run, this thing will spit along, automatically post online, unless you just want to keep a private report for your own work, but automatically post online the results of the tests, give any warnings on vulnerabilities or anything that might be in there, and then if they want to, they can also script out the deployment, click go, and the system would literally just deploy their smart contract, automatically dispersing the tokens as laid out in the deployment plan, in the deployment code to handle this, and just automatically take care of it. And thus, they're not, like, a human isn't involved, and so this case of where you kind of have to trust the dev initially when they're saying, okay, these things are going to happen, I'm going to deploy the contract, we're going to mint the tokens, you're going to buy them in the pre-sale, then I'm going to put that in a liquidity pool and lock that in Unicrypt. Unicrypt's a nice answer, but how do you trust the dev from when you bought during the pre-sale to when the funds are deposited in the liquidity pool? There are some things that can help do that. Like, there are ways to tie balance to Uniswap, you can have Unicrypt assist in that, but there's one giant fucking problem, which is, it looks like Unicrypt is dead, because the dev has been gone for a month, and no one knows where they are. No one's talked to them from what I can see, and I was talking to the community manager over on Unicrypt, trying to enlist their aid, because I wanted to integrate with them. So, Unicrypt's dead, the project's there, the smart contract will work, but it looks like no one's doing any work on there, and it's not going to go anywhere. So if you got any UNC tokens, I'd dump them, because I don't think that shit's going to happen. And then we can come in and replace that, and instead do it with an entirely automated service that quite literally the developer just logs in, uploads the code, clicks run, pays the transaction fee in Ethereum for deploying it out to the blockchain. The entire thing runs automatically, and so you can know that, all right, the developer says they're going to handle their, like, pre-sale and disbursement like this. You can trust that our computer system is controlling that. You can trust that our computer system is controlling that because we built it in such a way that we don't have access to it. We can't get into that thing. It's like VPNs. It's like NordVPN or something, where you can't get into their servers. They can't get into their own servers. We can't get into the computer system that has the developer's contract and is running all the tests and everything. It either does or it doesn't work, and the only way to fix it is to kill it and do it again. And so we can't break into the system and fuck with that deployment or steal any funds. You know that once the developer puts everything in and clicks play, they can't get into the system either, because we would lock their access until this thing is done. And so you know that they can't get in and do anything, and this thing will then just run along, complete the entire deployment, and it can even have a timer and say, yes, I understand that I have a 24-hour pre-sale, and then I'm supposed to take the funds from that pre-sale and move them into the liquidity pool. I will sit here waiting for that to occur, and on the appropriate timer, I will make that happen. I can burn the tokens, whatever. Yes, this is my project that I am considering. I'm basically an audit DAO. Because what I would like to do is launch this as a DAO, sell the tokens. Essentially the tokens will be like any other DAO, where the structure would be akin to the organization that's called like the Apache Software Foundation. But our whole point here is, oh, that is Moloch. Okay, thank you. I wasn't sure. We've seen so many names for them. Yes, I'm aware. That or people are memeing. That's the other point. Because my entire project of my here, thank you that you like it. So yeah, my entire idea here, handle it all out. I have designed these systems and implemented them to satisfy the requirements and audits and investigations from the SEC and the FTC. So if I can make the people at the SEC and the FTC happy with my work, to be able to transact hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars every day as actual custodial accounts, I'm pretty sure I can design it and implement it with the assist of some other developers, some that I've already talked to and listed aid from, some that I'll be soliciting more involvement from. Then I don't have a link yet. It's literally, this is the announcement. This is literally me saying I got this idea yesterday. I have went and contacted as many existing DAOs in this regard as I can. Some prominent developers and projects in the area that might be interested. Some other developers in it, with some other developers that have had problems with their deployments, or that people that have been susceptible to a scam to get a feedback on what they would be comfortable with, and some prominent investors that have been trying to do their own little scam recognition network, and trying to protect themselves and their investments. I have also gone to a IT consulting firm that I work with regularly, spoke with the CEO there. He's a guy that I mentored years ago and then asked me to come back and help him launch it. He is interested in receiving the proposal and understanding the revenue stream to work this out and build it out. The premise is that the software would be technically free. It would be open source. The DAO would be, its entire purpose and funding would be to basically pay me and enough of a staff to devote our full time to accepting your votes on new features that you want added to the system. Like as Chainlink comes out, as Dot comes out, we can take the votes on like which ones would you like us to start supporting. Let's start funding the building out of those projects. Possibly running more DAOs to get more funding as that's necessary. I'm still working on the tokenomics around that process, but I'm thinking it'd be roughly along the line of you guys would be able to buy the voting tokens, and those voting tokens, like standard DAO voting tokens, that you can trade them around. The intention is people can come back during the votes, tell us what features they want added. It would be community maintained, and so that various pieces of test data, test reports, test scenarios, the community could help write that. So we can do that, but it's relatively easy. We can generate, the DAO can be funded to generate the necessary training material to teach people through the videos, kind of like I have, maybe a little more formal and structured with labs to do. So developers and people can contribute to say, oh, we've identified this vulnerability that people could have in their code. Here's a test scenario that you can use to identify that. We can collect those, maintain those over a long period of time, essentially have you guys vote on, all right, there's going to be, how do you want to classify these different things we can identify? Because there's some stuff that we might want to just call a risk, to say, look, we're not going to refuse to take any part in this deployment if it exhibits this case, but we are going to call it as a warning of like, hey, heads up everyone, this thing does have a governance component that is going to be controlled by a multi-sig wallet. It's not governance-less, things like that. And then other things that you guys could vote to say, no, these are deal breakers. If your code does any of this, we refuse to have any part of it. We will not deploy it. We will not validate it. As part of contributing to this, still need to work on the tokenomics for that, but I think it's pretty much just going to be a normal DAO, voting DAO with a lot of tokens to try to have a lot of room in the market, and possibly allow, in the voting, I'm considering I would like to have a mechanism that developers that have deployed good projects can also get voting tokens. I'm not sure how to handle the minting. I'm not sure how to handle... Oh, we're not unique. It's just the only ones you hear about are the really loud, noisy ones that live on the West Coast. We don't like them. But actually, most developers going back... Okay, let me put it this way. The internet, the only reason you have a fucking internet is because Discordian activists working in university on the DARPA project effectively stole the technology and released it to the public, because that shit was never quite supposed to go public the way it was. But there was some accidents of some college students where the technology got out, and once it was out, well, sorry, they can't do anything about it. So, like, not unique. I'm very sorry that the loud, noisy ones that you see are a bunch of narcissistic assholes, and they don't know how to be human. Like, what fucking dickhead creates a website to keep track of all the hot girls he can't fuck in college? Honestly. Right! Yeah! The only fucking government agency I never actually contracted to. I went to a few. Most of it was legitimate law enforcement. I didn't really like dealing with the intelligence. Anyway. But, yeah, no, most of us are hardcore libertarian. You should take a look at DEF CON. Oh, I do remember Earthlink. I remember Prodigy. CompuServe. Technically, I was getting online when I needed to use a modem to dial into the privately managed BBS maintained by colleges, so I could get on their internet to then telnet off to anything else that I wanted to get to. If I was lucky, I'd be able to get to Gopher through that. I remember when the web came out, and I thought it was silly, because who the fuck would want to waste time downloading graphics? We just don't have the bandwidth for it. Anyway. So, yeah, I was wrong on that one. I learned my lesson there and completely changed my attitude on technology. Anytime I looked at technology and the idea was, oh, wow, that we can't handle that right now, I'm like, that's the thing that's going to make us be able to handle it. That's going to spur other innovation. Anyway. So, yeah. Most of us have been like this from the beginning. Take a look at DEF CON. Black Hat. DEF CON is still alright. Black Hat is the kind of the replacement for that, because DEF CON has gotten a little corporate, and the feds are showing up a hell of a lot more, and they have to be identified, and you get to spot them and all that shit. Personally, I'm more looking at Boot Camp. I think Boot Camp is the up-and-comer replacement for DEF CON and Black Hat. And then, yeah, there's a few other ones like that that are coming up. Anyway, my whole point here is, yeah, I'm pretty sure that in designing all of this out, I think that we can run a DAO, sell tokens to you guys. Your tokens will give you voting rights on defining how you want us to maintain the system, what features you want to put in there, and how you want to define what you will refuse to deploy in the contract. We can discuss and work out the tokenomics to try to award or pay developers in some of the voting tokens, so that way good developers that are taking part in the process and are actually deploying good code. We're not going to make a judgment on the purpose. We're not going to make a judgment on the profitability, but so long as the code functions as they state, even if it's a stupid fucking idea, then give them voting rights. They are not pulling scams, and so we can give them some say in the process. I'd like to be very careful in that. Maybe 2 classes of voting token. You know, a dev kind of like amicus brief. Like, we'll take your input, but you're not making many major decisions because you got a big conflict of interest in gaming this system. But anyway, so yeah, have that process. And to further add security around it is because we can have links in Ethereum through a token address. Through a address that is denoting ownership of a token, and because contracts can own tokens, we can, as part of the deployment, we can take pre-sale for my early sushi. Oh, for your early subs? Yeah, I might do that. Yes, that's a good idea. I like that. I could give that lead up, like maybe give like a 1 week announcement of like, okay, everyone that subscribed to me, maybe I'll do that announcement. Is say, okay, right now, here for the next week, or next 2 weeks, everyone that subscribes, you'll get access to like the Discord where we will discuss this and plan it out. Again, I'm brainstorming here, not married to any of these ideas. We're not committing to anything right now. I got a lot of people to talk to. But yeah, maybe that point of, if you're subscribed, you can come in. Here's the Discord. We'll discuss and plan out. I will definitely let you know. We'll discuss and plan out the whole thing. We'll have it down. We'll have this automated system. We'll effectively try to become the Apache Software Foundation for crypto, but we'll have this automated test and validation service. Part of this is that... Okay, thank you. Yes, that you will be able to. That's the entire premise here. I'm glad I'm hearing this. I'm going to take this video in this section. I'm going to show it to investors, see some of the response here, show people's response over the previous videos. Dharma? No. Dharma, I don't think Dharma is a scam. No, Dharma should be fine. No. Dharma, this was a thing that was shown to me as like a neat thing somebody else is using. And actually somebody, that user pointed out that Dharma is a wallet that will do their own audits. They're a wallet with a dApp browser that will do their own audits on applications, dApps that they want to list in their browser or inside themselves and integrate with. And they just approved YF Beta. So the dude was calling out that... I'll go back to the log and find you. I'm sorry, I'm terrible with names. You're not computers or IP addresses. But that apparently Dharma vetted YF Beta's code, and then that guy was telling them that I called the YF Beta code as being good well in advance. And so, thank you very much. I appreciate that. More notoriety. That'll help me get things rolling. Maybe I can talk to Dharma about getting involved in this thing. But the point being is, yeah, this whole thing... The final point that I think would be really, really nice... excellent, you're welcome. One thing that I think would be really, really nice as part of this is that, again, because we can upload files to IPFS, and so long as we lose the key to the upload, those files are now permanently on IPFS. Because we can link to IPFS by minting a token, a non-fungible token, and because a contract can own tokens, we can have it such that technically we can start minting a validation and approval token that we, as part of the deployment, we can upload the results of the test and the results of the deployment and any documentation that the developer wants to provide to us to IPFS, and then as part of the deployment process, we could mint them the validation token linking to that IPFS upload, and then deposit that in the contract in such a way that it can never be altered or adjusted. Like, there's just no mechanism to touch it, and if we do that modification there, or tell them you have to give us this ability to do that, and then give us the ability, like, this will be part of the governance that's kicking it off, and then we will burn the ability to ever change that thing, then off it goes. Like, at that point, now anyone looking through the blockchain could, when they go to a smart contract and they start looking through the smart contract and see, okay, well, what does this thing have? There can be audit DAO validation token right there in the contract, embedded in perpetuity, unable to be changed, unable to be transferred, because there's just no code in the contract or any mechanism for an outsider to interact with this thing that says Audit DAO validated this code through our automated process, and over here on this link in IPFS, also stored in perpetuity, are the test results, security analysis, and any documentation the developer provided. So basically, also if they wanted to put their DApp application, like the JavaScript, we could start using either unstoppable domains and or Handshake, and start saying, well, just give us your DApp code too. Like, just put the JavaScript in the deployment too, and we'll just stick that on IPFS also. And so we could switch over to say, part of doing this is that you don't need to buy DNS names from the outside world anymore. Instead, you will just part of this as you can buy an unstoppable domain, have that route to the IPFS DApp page, and so right up there we can have an upload to say, all right, here's all the documentation. We have the entire website built out there and deployed automatically to say, here's the test results, here's the security analysis, here's their documentation, and here's the JavaScript for their BAT right there in IPFS. Get the Unstoppable Domains plugin, get the IPFS plugin for your browser, and now developers, on paying this one deployment fee, there will be no overhead in hosting the application. In fact, the DApp to interact with the contract would be like deployed to IPFS in perpetuity, because we would burn the keys afterwards for having done that deployment. And so now there is no way this thing could ever go away. The contract's there, it can't go anywhere. The DApp is an IPFS, it can't go anywhere. We validated this thing works, we branded it with our validation token, and we linked to the IPFS. So if you ever want to know how to interact with a contract or anything, it could then be oh, I found a contract, there's the Audit DAO branding validating this thing, I followed that to IPFS, and there's the DApp that runs the contract. All deployed automatically with no human intervention other than what the developer puts in. So, yeah, that's the idea. I appreciate you guys are very interested. Really like that you like the feedback. I'm glad that you think that it's a fantastic idea, and because I'm very appreciative to know that from talking with several people, several other groups, it seems that everyone's in agreement that this really will be useful, and a lot of the tools are already built, to be honest. I'm open source. I'm a 100% open source guy. I don't do anything closed source. The only closed source thing in my life is my Windows desktop, which I keep for gaming. Literally everything else in my life is open source. And so I will be releasing the code for all of this. The intention would be that developers would also be able to download a VM version of this and all the tools on their own, so they could do their own tests locally first, and then essentially now my job would be to maintain this thing, keep adding features that you guys like and want, keep getting input from the rest of the community as people buy in, possibly have votes for additional DAO sales to have more rounds and get more funding, and add in the ability to get more voters, and expand the system, because ultimately not only do I think this thing could become like the Apache Software Foundation of code, and cryptocurrency, analyzing the code by having this automated service, I think that when the government does come knocking to want to regulate us, historically, anytime the government needs to, or any government needs to regulate a new sector, they either buy it and become a monopoly, and they can't really do that with this thing, and or more commonly these days, they just go to the biggest players in the industry and ask them how to regulate it, and actually ask them if they would be the regulators. And so from here, I would like to prime this such that we have good enough relationships and have enough prominent players involved and ensuring this is operating properly that when the government does come to try to regulate and they ask, okay, everyone, who the fuck knows the most about what's going on and should probably be the regulator, everyone points at us. But that is really long-term planning if that ever happens. I mean, the world might blow up in war with China, but fuck it. I think this is how I want to retire. As in, like, I just do this for the rest of my life. Maintain this thing and make sure that good crypto code is getting validated and sent out. I'm not going to require anyone to run through it, but I'm just going to sit here going like, if you got nothing to hide, why don't you test it on our system here? But yeah, a code analyzer, automated, secured, so that contract developers can reliably load up and deploy contracts securely, providing validated reports in a secure manner for both the community to know to invest in and to present to investors elsewhere. So, oh no. No. That's one thing. I've dealt with that kind of thing before. That's kind of why I'm organizing it like this. No. The requirements for this thing to operate will be such that the only way it can operate is such that no one but the developer that wants to do this will have access to their portion of the system. I can get into all the technical details. I still need to work out some of them, but it's the sort of thing that I've done in the past. And it's literally, like, I've done bits and pieces of this. I have done components. The only thing that I haven't done is the crypto part, but looking around and getting experience with the crypto part, that's not the hard part here. Because all the tools to do this already exist. I've already done the sort of work to integrate them as they are, and I'm pretty sure that this could get done in, I'll be generous and say a year. I don't think it'll need to be that long. I think we can accelerate that with a lot of developers, and more funding. And it's the sort of thing that might be able to get done in like 6 months once we get going. I'm not sure I could bring it below 6 months, but I would definitely have a lot of progress to show along with that, because we can keep dumping our work out. The beautiful part about what we're doing is that since we're a DAO that's not generating a smart contract, and we're just writing and maintaining code, and we're ultimately just looking to maintain the code in perpetuity for the community, kind of as a non-profit, which would mean that I'd be positioning myself to say, all right, I'm going to define positions within the DAO for doing this work and give some room to move around and start dictating salaries for people to do the job, because I'm expecting people to be employed full-time to, well, thank you. But yeah, I would like this to be something where we have an organization. We have a non-profit organization operating with a DAO and coordinating with a non-profit LAO, that's a legal authority organization. The idea being is that the LAO is structured such to more easily integrate with existing law, and the uh 5YF beta, I cannot predict how much that is going to be, because it's entirely up to how the market plays out how that is occurring. So, pardon, unfortunately, I just can't answer your question. It's not a matter that I don't want to or wouldn't. It's that it's not even a matter of work. Like, that is so much that I cannot predict in how it operates, because of all the work that it's doing to work it out. And gain profit. I literally can't predict that, because I'd have to predict the rest of the market, the price, and everything else. What I want to name it, I would like to have the non-profit organization that is effectively managing this. So basically, they would own the hardware, the servers, and everything to do all this on. They would be managing and doing the work of maintaining that. So basically, getting the managing the votes with the community, getting the results in, and working out with the solution, like working that into the project plan. Um, I I don't know what hedge it is, so we will see. Um, the name I'm thinking of this thing, I'm literally thinking of calling the nonprofit organization that's going to maintain the software and push that out. Called that just Audit DAO. I don't want to get fancy with it. I'd like to have a nice, clean name that when I walk into a bank or a government agency and try to say, no, 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 we can provide evidence in court for whatever the fuck it is you're trying to resolve. See here, right here, this is what we do. We have all this information because I know crypto's going to come up in court at some point, and the court's not going to be happy that they can't get a stake out. You know, they're like, all right, well, take those funds out and give them to this woman over here that this guy's divorcing. You're like, no, we can't. That's not how the math works. Because they're used to dealing with banks, so they can just order to do shit. Yeah, that I'd like a nice clean name there, but I want to structure it such that I think the best way to handle it, because I would also like to give the community the most option to, like, if you don't like what I'm doing, I'd like you to be able to kick me the fuck out. Have it that the DAO, Audit DAO being the name, will be the thing that is in charge of managing all of this, but they're not intended to have, they're not intended to hold staff. They're intended to be managers. And when work needs to get done, what they do is, no, we don't need audit analysts. You guys are the audit analysts. The developers are the audit analysts. We're maintaining the code that makes sure the audit happens. We're going to start off with code in there and some examples on how to handle it, but then as it grows and adapts from there, as new things have to be tested for, it's the community and the developers that will be taking the votes and providing that and stating what they want included, what they want tested for. But then that will be Audit DAO. Then my intention to give the most flexibility and give the community the most control over getting this done is actually the tech staff, the developers and everything that will be employed to do this. I don't contract for IBM. I have in the past contracted for IBM. I believe it is. I don't have any special information on IBM. As I understand it, I believe the partnership is correct. Yes. But no, that's the point. Is that the organization will be maintaining it. But to be clear here, to give you guys the most flexibility and give you guys the option to change the tech staff, if you don't like the people developing this, you would have voting ability to tell the DAO and pick from, like, decide and bring up new vendors, because what I would like the expectation is that the DAO won't hold a major development staff. They'll actually contract to IT companies, development companies, to get the work done. And so that is where I would be starting my own firm directly, and would probably be launching a DAO to go along with this one to help fund and start that off. And the intention would be that there is a, like, volunteer board on a non-profit organization that is helping execute on the voted directives by the community and managing the funds there through, all the smart contract technology we have, like Aragon, to manage escrow wallets and everything. So, money doesn't get paid out from a round of funding that you guys approve to take, and that people buy into until you vote on, yes, you're satisfied with the proposal and what it's going through, and then the final step would be the vote to say, okay, which firm do you want us to pay to do this? And we'd probably start off with, a kind of approved vendors list, but you guys would take votes on adding another firm to the approved vendors list, and you guys could then vote on which firm you want to pay, or which combination of firms you want to pay, so that if you want multiple firms working on this at the same time to validate each other's work, even better. And so I would then be starting up one such firm to propose as the initial kickoff that will be the first firm contracted. But you guys will get to decide if we get to keep doing this work. And
You'll get to decide who gets to be in the DAO. I don't want to necessarily. I would like to be part of it and on that board, but I want to invite other major players in the industry, in the sector, to also be on the board. And effectively, their job is just to execute on, provide input, provide insight, proposals, and execute on your votes. And then I would run another company named Moloch Finance. And the whole point of Moloch Finance is to get paid by you guys to actually develop the software, but we're not in charge of deciding what the software does. You guys get to decide. We'll just put it all together the first time, design it, put it all in place, make sure it works, load in the necessary configuration and capability to keep it going, like to get it started and make it functional to begin with. And then from there, you guys tell us through the voting process what features and capability you want added on, and then if that's appropriate, then that goes in, round of funding happens, some DAO tokens are minted, whatever the process is that we decide on, or you decide on, I should say, that we all work on together, and then you guys would decide, alright, well, which firm do we want to pay to get this done? And I would just be offering up and asking in the first round, like, hey, I will start such a firm, I will help manage the staff there, and that will basically be it. I'll just be there constantly taking orders from you on how you want to maintain security and contributing to the DAO as hopefully one of the volunteer members, but I would like to get other people involved to volunteer in that. And I'd like to get buy-in from some big players. Basically, I want to put Trailbits out of a job, and I want to make you Trailbits. I just write the code to do what you want done. And I'll be adamant in doing it in such a way that, like, our goal is no human being can be involved in the deployment process. There is no vulnerability. I don't have access to anything. I don't have any controls. I'm literally writing an entire system out that no human being can interact with after it's been kicked off. Now, that means there might be some, like, failed starts. We're going to validate everything and see it go through, but yeah, it's entirely possible that a developer could come through, run something in, and we might be surprised. Like, as a community, we didn't know that we needed to check for that bug, and we said it was okay and it's out there, but we'll be doing our damnedest. We'll be asking that work from you to really get that in there and do our damnedest to make sure that never happens. We'll do test deployments on infrastructure that we'll maintain for making sure that doesn't fucking happen. And we'll make sure that you guys, whatever process we're laying out, that if you, as potential investors in anything that went through this, if you were able to pull up a website and say, yep, I can see the test report here, I understand it, it tests for everything that I like, it tells me clearly that these things can't happen, it tells me that these things can happen, that identifies potential risks, and then there. Because I want to fuck with them. Like, I'm sorry, I'm devoting the entire rest of my life to maintaining a secure and reliable platform to validate contracts for you. Pardon as I turn it into a giant troll against them. I mean, if I'm going to devote the rest of my life to making this happen and I want to retire doing this, I'd like to do it in a perpetual troll against the system. Yeah, that's kind of what I do. I'm a Discordian. You can go look it up online, specifically Church of the Subgenius. There's a surprising number of devs in there. But yeah, like, I'm doing this as, like, out of a philosophical belief and almost religious belief that I need to make this kind of shit happen. Like, no. Like, I like chaos, but I like the natural chaos of life. I don't want artificial chaos inserted by a bunch of malicious dickheads. And if I get to take their supposed symbology that may or may not be true, I'm not really sure, and turn it around and make it the symbol of a
assurance, reliability in decentralized, cryptographically sound currency and trading technologies that can gut the existing system and give people the proper empowerment to actually take control of their lives and the economy, I will consider my life complete. I do not have a website yet. This is it. I literally had the idea yesterday, and I've been running around finding people. Yes, devs do rule the planet. Like, you should have seen what happens when the SJWs came for the Linux kernel. That shit got shut down right quick. Because when the SJWs started trying to cancel a bunch of old devs, the old devs pointed out, you do realize we still hold the copyright on a lot of that code, and you do realize that code is old enough that it's under copyright, it's under licensing, that we can pull at any time, right? So if you kick us out of, like, if you try to cancel us, we'll pull our license and we'll lobotomize Linux. And, like, 70% of the global economy runs on some form of Linux. So, and, like, everyone, all the HR people, all the committees, all the managers, like, everyone turn around like, no, we are not canceling that guy. Those people, they are untouchable. And they tell us, you need to go. No, so I don't have a website. I'm going to be putting it up. I thought of it last night. I've been running around getting attention, getting input, making sure that some of the other organizations out there and big players would be interested in such a thing. So by all means, go talk to people, tell them that Coyote is starting Audit DAO. Some big players already know about it, so it would be interesting to see if the rumor gets back to them before I have a chance to make my pitch. But there's others that I'm going to be making the pitch back at, and so yeah, I love Linux. And Linux is amazing. I hopped on Linux in '94 with Slackware. Never looked back, except I keep a Windows PC because video games, you know? It wasn't until recently that got viable. But anyway. But yeah, I have meetings with several good prospects. There is a lot of interest from folks on wanting to do funding, and so, oh, let me go grab that. Sorry, I got banned a lot from Twitter, so my name doesn't match up, and I just got tired of trying to come up with, like, different ways to modify it. For a while there, I was treating getting banned from Twitter like a game. I was trying to do speed runs on how fast I could get banned from Twitter without, like, directly violating the terms of service and being, like, a super racist, abusive dickhead or something. Hello! So, yeah, that's where I would say, by all means, tell people about it. I am very likely going to be on Discord later the afternoon. I've been busy talking about this and doing things here for the live stream, so thank you very much for hearing me out. Wanted to get the announcement out there because, yeah, we've got a list of names and participants here, so yeah, I thank you for showing up. You guys are clearly the dedicated ones. I didn't say that there was going to be like a big thing, like, hey, there's an announcement, and by the way, there'll be some fun, like, we're going to be answering questions and things. So, like, yeah, you guys are definitely the core. I'm definitely coming by to see how things are going. So, you know what, maybe I shouldn't show a fucking save window up there. I don't know what's in that directory. But yeah, I will say that you're not the first ones that I talked to, so there might be other people in this, but I do like this idea of, like, a super pre-sale that gets you guys a super fantastic, like, extra special deal on this because you're here, you're interested, you want to get in. I'm going to probably throw out there that, yeah, this is going to be the kind of thing that I hate OTCs. I don't want to do a big sale, but there will probably be some other people included in getting that initial funding, and there will probably be some other people that will be able to buy in on that. But they're the sort of people that we'll be introducing, making it clear of, okay, this is this sort of developer. They are on the team building this thing. This is this sort of person. They are going to be buying the necessary equipment, or getting us the necessary spaces, or here's a vendor for hosting that I know that is willing to get paid in crypto and would like to coordinate with this. And so, yeah, there will likely be some other people, but we're going to go through this process. You're going to get to meet them. But yes, I will definitely be making a point here. Since you guys have my Twitter, if you guys send me Discord handles over there, and if your name on Twitter isn't the same as your name here, mention your name on YouTube in that message, and that way I can get that nice list of, okay, the YouTube person and the Twitter handle and the Discord, and so that way I can track you guys down again. And yeah, now that I have this, I got your feedback. This was the last part I needed, because at this point, everyone I've talked to has been asking, okay, does the community care? Can we get any funding, and do we have any devs? And each one of those that I've asked has always been asking, well, what about the other two? And where's the money? And so now that I've gone around to each one and said, would you be interested if I could get the rest? Everything's in place, and so now I just need to go back around to everyone and tell them, yeah, everyone's interested. Everyone's down to do this, so let's get this ball rolling. And the CEO of the consulting firm that I'm contracted to help them launch it and build it out is also interested. So proposals are getting written, stuff is being thrown out there. You can, by all means, message me. I'm a busy man. I'm gonna try to take notes of them, but I'm just telling you, if I have to try to keep every single one, I'm more likely to fuck it up. If you guys send me messages, you see what I'm doing there? It's each of you is responsible for one task, as opposed to I'm responsible for a bunch of tasks. Less chance that I fuck it up, and make some horrible mistake. Also, it makes you guys do a little bit of work, because it's easier for you guys to just message me on Twitter and say, hi, I'm so-and-so from YouTube, and here's my Discord handle, because that's the one I really need, is the Discord handle. If you don't have that, that's fine. Well, I'll still get a hold of you through Twitter or something else. No, not a sorry. You're cool. I'm just throwing out there of, I also want your Discord handle. If you could send me, on Twitter, send me a message. If you have a Discord handle, send that there. Identify, which YouTube username you were, so I can tie that together. And then I'll begin laying this out. I'll get the Discord server set up, configured, and talk to the other folks. After I talk to the other groups and have them ready to start planning things out, I'll get that going. I'll probably have the Discord up over this weekend, but don't expect a lot of activity or planning yet until I get the other folks in line. And I'm talking to, busy business people. So, unfortunately, it's going to take some time to get meetings through each one yet again, and be able to make that proposal, get in the details and start getting planning. So I would expect to be able, I can report progress in a week, but I would not expect to have anything meaningful to report for at least 2 weeks. And that's just talking to everyone, getting things in line, getting the meetings there. But yeah, I'll set up the Discord, and I will start giving at least weekly updates in there. But I'm pretty much always in Discord, and so it's not like I'm not going to be there. But I'll commit to getting you guys weekly updates. We'll have to work out on the schedule exactly when. Probably middle of the week updates, or maybe near the end of the week. But either way, for that. So, great. You guys are fantastic. Thank you very much for coming. I appreciate it. By all means, doing everything for... Thank you. Gonna be, right now, doing things for tips. Right now, I've been using the tips that people have been sent to do the little bit, to cover the little bit of expenses that I've done right now, like buying certain domain names right off the bat, so that way they can't get taken away or anything, or bought out from under us. Um, Getting a few other things set up like that. So right now, the tips you have sent, they are going to helping me cover the few initial costs of getting this thing going, and hence why I am all down for the subscribers, the people that have donated in achieving that, to getting you guys in on the pre-sale and getting you guys involved in the process. And so that's why I just want to let you know is that by all means, I am happy to accept tips. I will still do that. Cyotee.eth, but I want to lay out that so you guys know is I am not looking to take that and go like buy pizza or anything. I'm going to be using that as that and some of my own funds as that initial nest egg, that launch of there's just some shit you have to pay for to get going, like a little bit of hosting, a little bit of website development, stuff like that. So I'll be handling that. So yes, if you're here, you would like to get involved, if you would like anyone else involved as part of that initial process, then I can't make a lot of promises now, but I will say that if someone sends in a donation to cyotee.eth and they message me with the transaction hash, then I will definitely include them in that that first sale round whenever we work that out and what terms that will be. And that will be the nice, super cheap one for that. So yeah, if for folks that are willing to just throw me some donation to help cover those little incidental costs, you guys have the wallet address, so you can watch what's happening. You can see there the little bit of money that I transferred out. That was to buy a few domain names and secure some hosting where they didn't accept crypto. But yeah, for this, for yourselves, for anyone else, send it in. If you tell anyone and they send in send in a donation and will message me the transaction hash, or in the transaction, if their client will let them put in a message, just put in audit DAO donation, then I will make sure that whoever is on the other side of that I can reach. That's why I'd rather they message me so I have a way to get back to them, send me the transaction hash. Then I'll put them on the list like we are here. So if there's anyone that you think you would like to invite, you're more than welcome to invite them to the project. But if you would like them to get in on this one and contribute, then go ahead and have folks send a little bit of a donation, send the transaction hash, and off we will go. I am not requiring anything. I am just saying that you guys, I like this idea, this pre sale. We'll get that set up, and so I will use the tips here to fund that getting going. If you would like to help contribute that, by all means, go right ahead. If you know anyone, I can't find my tips. I'm sorry, I don't know why that doesn't get there. Here, cyotee.eth. There it is. That is it. No. That's not cyotee.eth. cyotee.eth. Sorry. It's a misspelling that I've been using most of my life. It's become kind of a thing now. So thank you for catching that. I will have to be very, very clear in sending that around and making sure that I get that updated. So thank you for letting me know that I've been negligent in making that apparent. But yeah, I will get this going. You guys are on. If there's anyone else you would like to tell about it, by all means, go ahead and tell them. If you would like to start that rumor mill going of, hey, if you want in on like the pre-sale, just send a tiny thing to here and send this guy the transaction hash and we'll get you on the list. Then I am promising now, you guys can see the wallet, you can look at the transactions, you just put cyotee.eth into like Zapperfy to watch it, you put it into Etherscan, into Bloxy, you can see what's happening. So you guys send it there, you'll be able to see what's going on. No, it's not a browser, it's a wallet address. That's the point. Yes, cyotee.eth. Cool, sweet. But yeah, you put that into like MetaMask or something, you can send a tip. I don't have the website because I literally just started doing this a couple days ago, and I didn't realize I was going to get into this. I had an idea based on doing the work, and then I talked to some people about the idea, and everyone kept asking me, what is it going to take, and how much money can I give you to get that done? And so it just kind of snowballed into here. So I went from, I think maybe I'll just like have fun with a live stream and talk about code to let's build this thing in about 36 hours. So cool. But yeah, that's if you're curious, that's ENS. That's the Ethereum name service. Um, it's kind of like Unstoppable Domains, um, but yeah, here it is. ENS domains right there. Its whole point is to be able to route them, and yep, that would be it. Yep, that's it. Yeah, like here, if I go to Bloxy, yeah, here I'll go over here to Bloxy. But yeah, I put in Bloxy like this. So again, I'm not saying you have to, since you guys are here. I appreciate that, and I appreciate you guys asking for that pre-sale. I'm cool with that. So you're on that list. I have that saved. Whoops. I have that saved, and yeah, Etherscan will find it. I guess Bloxy isn't smart enough to figure that out. That is very sad. Bloxy, you fail me. I've been falling in love with you. You've been my favorite tool, and it didn't work. I don't like you. You need to be able to resolve this. But yeah, Etherscan, MetaMask, pretty much every major wallet can work this out. And yeah, here it is. That when you do it, it finds out. It goes like, oh, here it is. And yes, this is the registrant and the controller, and so on. So yeah. See more. Yeah, if you're curious about it, I like this. As you can see, it makes it so much easier to deal with my wallet, because now I just have this. And so yeah. But yeah, you can take a look at there. You can see any transactions, and so yeah, if you would like to continue funding things, continue helping out, any modification from there, not going to require you to send it in. Definitely, you're on the pre-sale. I'm not going to have a set amount, but anyone that you know that you would like to try to invite onto the pre-sale, go ahead and tell them to just send that small transaction, and then to message me on Twitter with the transaction hash, and that way I can have an identity to go through with that. And cool, I will attempt to keep that, but again, I am terrible with keeping track of this, and so I might very well fuck up somewhere. So yeah, why? I don't know why it's not showing everyone. I thought it was, but okay. Well, you guys saw me get the list earlier. I have that. I don't know why it's showing so few now, but either way, yes, you have that. By all means, yes, you're here. You're in the pre-sale. Congratulations. Cool. Spread it around. If you'd like people to be in, go ahead and have them send in some money. That is it right now for that. I am making no promises now as into exactly what price and terms and all of that will be, but we will work that out together. So I'm going to set up a Discord server, and as you guys send me messages to be able to get that back to you, I will give you links to the Discord server. And we will start it off as just you guys are the ones that message me, and the various interested parties to handle the development will be able to join. We'll block everyone else, no invites. But after we work out some initial details and get... Basically, I would like to take the Discord public when we have the site, the proposal, and everything ready to go. So you guys can be in there initially from the planning process and contribute through there. Anyone that you have, send in like any size donation of any kind. I don't care what. I'd like that show of I actually give a shit enough about this to deposit something. Give them the wallet address if they want to monitor it to see that I don't cash out or anything. And just send anything in. Make sure they send me the transaction hash. I'll put them on that same point, and how about I say I give you guys a week to make that decision. And in a week, I'll set up the Discord. Um, I'll take all the Twitter handles and messages that have sent me and related. So again, message me, tell me who you are, like reference the YouTube name on Twitter, or message me on Twitter. Send me your YouTube name to make sure they match up. If you got a Discord handle, send me that. I'll give you guys a week to spread the word, and if you would like anyone to join in on that in the contribution process before we go public, and the pre sale, then have them just send in that of any donation, any size, I don't care what, and message me the transaction hash and again their Twitter handle, and off we go. I am interested in Polkadot. Yes, I am concerned that it is close to China. I am concerned by anything that is in proximity to China. I'm very concerned about the Chinese. It's terrible what's happening to them. I understand that, like, all growing up, people were like, free Tibet, okay, but, you know, China. And now people are like, free Hong Kong, and other people are like, yeah, but I'm looking like, yeah, but China. So I've been beating the free the Chinese for a long time. So yeah, I'm upset with the state of China. The people are fine. Like, most people are fine. The vast majority of humans in the world are generally fine. The shitty ones either end up having a lot of power or being very, very noisy. So we can just get them to stop, like, seeking power, or prevent them from seeking power, and that's why I like decentralized systems, or, like, not have to listen to them when they're being noisy, I'd be much happier. So yeah, free China. China for the Chinese, not for the communists. And with that, I'd appreciate it. So again, leave it your action items, guys, because you're beautiful. Go with the pre. Tell people that such a thing is, that you have the option here. Feel free to tell anyone you want about the audit. That there's an audit DAO forming, that there will be an organization to provide those services. There is, some of the investors are going to want to get revenue. So to be clear here in setting this up is I am planning to have a DAO that is going to manage the service and to handle the rounds of funding and handle getting the votes from you guys and managing all of that. And then they would be paying those funds to another firm, a company that will be working for profit to maintain that. So I want to be clear here that there is an intended revenue stream to a for-profit company, but the purpose of that company will be to get your, like, to do whatever the fuck you want to get paid for maintaining this. I'm stunned that you're here and don't have my Twitter handle, only because I thought everyone was coming through Twitter. So yes, there is my Twitter handle. So yes, again, go. You got a week. That's when I'll lock it down and set up the Discord and put all of that in. So over the next week, feel free to tell anyone about the Audit DAO, that it exists. Message me on Twitter there with your YouTube handle so I can make sure I match it up. And if you have a Discord handle, include that so I can get you set up in there too. Then, if you would like to get anyone else you know in on this pre-sale, you got a week. That'll be, I will set it at, to be honest, I'm probably not going to actually hit the date, but I'll go ahead and take care of it Saturday morning. So I'll commit to, I will commit to the cutoff of Friday midnight Central Time. But, hold on, I'll tell you about Y Fuel in a second. But yeah, I will commit to Friday midnight Central Time as, like, I would not be expecting to receive any more. I'm not going to be a big stickler on it. Basically, when I get up Saturday morning, I'll set it up. Thank you. I'm glad you think it'll be huge. And so, yeah, if you have any friends, any contributors that you think would be useful, I'm going to ask for that. Just like you guys took the time to be here and hang out and ask questions, give me feedback, and that appreciation and assurance that I should keep doing this. I'd like to get that same commitment from folks. Send in whatever fucking amount they want, as tiny as they possibly can. I don't care. Just that bit of action, that little barrier that they got to cross of completing the transaction to then also buy in like you. If they send more, by all means, understand that anything that gets sent into this wallet until we ratify this, like until we sit down and get the message and start building this out, will just be used for the purpose of covering the little incidental expenses to get this thing going. You know, like I've already bought a domain name with the tips. I'm securing a hosting service, and so there's stuff that doesn't always accept crypto, so I might have to transfer that out to methods where I can convert that to fiat, but that's already accounted for, and so thereby anything else that's sent in will just help me do that. The more that's sent in, the more that I can get done faster, and you guys should be getting invites to a Discord server during Saturday morning. It'll take me a bit of time to set it up through that, so not sure exactly when it's going to be done and the commitment there. I want to test things to make sure that it's all working properly and can't get fucked up. But otherwise, go, spread the word, tell people that you trust and would like to work with, and that's the big point is, please, if you want to spam out that you want a bunch of people in there, I guess you can, but I'm throwing out there that if you be somewhat selective on who you bring in, because we really want to be focusing on and not having to like thin the herd of useless stupid motherfuckers too soon. We'd really like people that are motivated, interested in engaging, and I understand people might be busy and such, but like I wouldn't post this thing on Twitter or whatever to tell people how to do it. I wouldn't even necessarily tell all of your friends and similar investors. I would say tell people that you would actually want to work with long term on this sort of project. And we will find things to do for all of it, if nothing else, shilling. So, otherwise, with that, you guys are fantastic. Thank you very much. I appreciate all of this. This is beautiful. I'm really glad I'm glad that everyone likes this idea, and I'm glad that folks are going to be able to find value with it. I will say for you asking about why fuel, as far as you can go back and see it, because apparently people thought it was hilarious. I think Y Fuel is absolute garbage. Looking at the transaction history for Y Fuel from the launch and how they handle their pre-sale and all of this, and going through their white paper, where like their white paper it's not making clear statements about how the thing behaves. It looks like it does. If you don't know any economics or any computers, no offense, like if I tried to read like a mechanical engineering paper, I wouldn't know if it was bullshit or not, really, you know? So if you're not really like in-depth on economics and you're not really in-depth on computers, then what they're writing sounds possible, especially since like other groups are claiming to do the same thing. But what Y Fuel has laid out, yeah, no, it's not a project. It's not even that it's not going to work. Like, I'm not even looking at the code and saying, because one, there is no code to do the thing yet. There's only the token code. The token code, absolute garbage, terrible, poorly written. They're not using any safety measures that you would normally find in contracts. They're not using any of the existing development framework or anything. Y Fuel, garbage. YF Beta, quality code. The economics are sound, and essentially the only reason it's not going to make money is the market just doesn't have a place to make money. But provided there's money between what looks like the assets of Curve and the assets of SNX, you know, the being able to deposit funds there and withdraw them and move them around, so long as there's a way to make profit there, that thing will make profit. Also, the nice thing I like about YF Beta, what really sells me on it, is in the code, it has laid out that, yes, that thing is collecting fees to manage its own expenses, but, thank you very much. But in going through that, when it goes through to calculate out what the profit is, it has a check in there that if it isn't able to turn a profit, it doesn't collect any fees. And the developer only gets paid by either investing like you guys or by successfully collecting fees. And the developer has said that they're going to that they want to commit those fees to either funding further development and or and covering the transaction fees for this thing to run. So right now that's set at 5%. I consider 5% very reasonable out of the profit. They're claiming 5% of the profit to be able to operate the system, like pay the various transaction fees for it to run, and to be able to fund their own development. I think that is a very reasonable take for the development team, and to be able to keep that going, especially when you're factoring in operating costs for that thing. Why fuel? Exact fucking opposite. Like, why fuel? If YF Beta, as I look at YF Beta and say they have done everything that a project should do reasonably, there are pros and cons. I understand they have governance in there, dealing with them, going through it, working in the old financial sector. I have a good feeling about how they're operating. I do not get the feeling they want to scam anyone, so I like them and what they're doing. I look over at YFuel, exact opposite. They are not doing a single goddamn thing right. Nothing. Their site doesn't work properly. Their white paper is gibberish. It's fucking if you know code, if you know computers, and you know economics, YFuel's white paper is fucking there is no information there. Nothing. This would be if I walked up to you and said, hey, how's your day? My day is carburetor thong, shorts, boots, sandwich, and orange juice. Alright, so fuck YFuel. YFuel, after I went through that, so I looked at YFuel, like, alright, YFuel, what the fuck are you doing? Oh my god, your site is garbage. Okay, YFuel, what the hell is your code? Holy shit, your token's garbage. Your token is terrible. Terrible token. It's complete and utter garbage. I'm going to point out here is, apparently the YF Beta guys, they're a couple young hotshot kids. YFuel is a team of fucking adults who supposedly are development professionals. No. This shit is so bad, I wouldn't even force them to rewrite it. I would just fire them if they turned it into me. Alright? If they presented me this as the launch project, I would just fire them. Their website doesn't work. Their white paper is full of gibberish that only seems to make sense if you don't, like, if you're not deep into understanding, like, how the fucking tech works, and, like, wondering, okay, where's your information on how any of this is going to operate, and you know what a white paper is supposed to look like. And looking at their token, written out as complete garbage. Then I go digging into the transaction history for that token. And I start digging through and I'm like, okay, so what the fuck did you do? And the way this thing was deployed, the number of tokens that they have dispensed out over their, like, pre-OTC sale, and how those tokens have moved around, if they didn't design this thing to be a rug pull, they have primed enough tokens out into the market being held by enough parties that those people are, like, everything is so heavily tilted in the number of tokens and how the pre-sale is distributed that, like, it's going to take a Herculean divine force of will not to want to fucking dump this thing. Because the amount of tokens they have dispensed out to these people and how that is operating, that, like, the second this thing turns even a tiny bit of profit, they're going to be looking at a giant goddamn payday for cashing out. And I'm telling you, I'm positive these motherfuckers have not actually locked liquidity anywhere. I couldn't find that mentioned anywhere. If I go digging into it, I'm pretty sure it's not. I think I saw they locked one liquidity somewhere, but to be clear, looking through the transaction logs, that's not all the liquidity. That's the liquidity from the supposed, like, launch and take care of here. The pre-sale people, to be honest, I don't know. I have heard from other sources, more authoritative than you, not sorry, but, like, other news sources that are wanting to talk to them. It's a brother team. younger and older brother. Um, but might be old enough that you're like, wow, you're a really older brother. I don't know. I've only talked to one on Discord, and they're shy enough that they don't want to do interview. They didn't really want me. They did not want to be involved in the promotion. They appreciated what I was doing, but when I asked to, like, if they would like to be involved more, or give me more information to get things going, they just refused. So I get a feeling that they want to code. So we're gonna leave them to code. But yeah, over on YFuel, and they handled their deployment perfectly. Their deployment, it was absolutely fantastic. Oh, well, we'll do that. CoinGecko, as I understand it, it's not so much that CoinGecko hosts these coins, but more that, like, CoinGecko will take anything. So I would consider that, like, alright, so when you're looking at an exchange, and you're talking about an exchange listing it, an exchange is going to be more selective because they don't want to take up resources trying to, like, deal with trading a coin that doesn't, like, nobody's going to trade or anything. Okay, how the fuck can I turn off streaming mode to get my goddamn... You know what? I'm pretty sure I had it earlier in the chat somewhere. I'm positive I put... Not telling you that you have to go find it, but it's like I can save myself some fucking time and just go through that. Because this streamer thing is turned on with Discord, and I don't remember how to turn that off, and it's fucking annoying. No. Fucking hell. Alright, how do I exit streamer mode? Streamer mode. There, we'll just disable streamer mode. There we go. Now I can get it. Sorry, streamer, when you stream and you have Discord open, it can automatically enable streamer mode, and it hides a couple details there, like your Discord handle there. So, anyway, there we are. Yeah, message me. I accept messages from random people. Otherwise, yeah, I will head that out. Just leave it off as YFuel, garbage. Tell everyone YFuel is garbage. Feel free to link them to this video. Feel free to point them at the exact point in time for that if you'd like to be garbage. Anyone that's hearing about this, like, my little recruiting process of these, my lovely loyal followers here that have shown up on a little bullshit stream where I'm just shooting the shit with people and not doing, like, a big important audit where they can make millions. These guys, they're going to get preferential access to that first step of the DAO. Anyone else that happens to watch this is probably also going to figure out how to get in. So that can be a little treasure Easter egg. If anyone's willing to watch through this whole thing all the way to the end and hear everything that I just told you, technically they could get in. So your call on who you want to share this to, your call on how many people you want in. I got you guys on that list, but, you know, other people could find out, so we'll see how this goes. We could possibly get, like, a huge flood, and that's kind of why I'm doing it like this, because if I can get, like, a massive flood of people messaging in to say, like, yeah, I got told and figured out how to get in, at a certain point, I'm going to have to turn to the investor and be like, okay, so, here, I'm going to have to set up, like, special pre-sale people over here, because they're a giant fucking ravenous horde, and then I'm going to have to take other people over here, like, we're the ones that are doing the work. You guys are lovely, but unless you're a developer, we're going to have to be over here in this corner quietly amongst ourselves working. So, yeah, cool. Thank you. Awesome. Message on Twitter. Fantastic. That's exactly what I'm looking for. Otherwise, like I said, thank you for joining. Don't buy YFuel. Tell everyone to dump it. Tell them it's a giant fucking scam. Even if they're not trying to pull the rug, they've set up the entire economy such that, like, the dispersal of tokens and everything, they set up the market that it's going to be really difficult for people not to want to pull the rug. And from what it looks like, while they may appear to have locked liquidity as part of their launch, and be like, haha, we're safe, because they pre-sold so many tokens out to so many people, unfortunately, those people can pull the rug, and the profit they would make on pulling the rug, they don't have to give a shit about the amount that's in there. So, cool. Thank you. I will keep up these videos. My goal, though, is at some point I will have to take time away from making more videos to go work on the project. But the whole point is keeping this going, and whatever is... Alright, well, that's fine. They can jump. I'm calling a rug pull. It may not be a complete and total rug pull. It may not... Yeah, it may not be a complete and total rug pull. It's just set up such that there's enough big sellers that have enough tokens that they could pull if they wanted to, and it doesn't look like anything's stopping them. That even though any liquidity any devs might have put in locked, that is the small price to pay for the amount of profit that you're going to get on the other side for pulling all of that pre-sale liquidity. I haven't dug in. Maybe I'm missing something, and like the stuff that was dispensed out earlier can't be redeemed later. I'm not sure, but I really don't like anything that's put in there, and I really don't want to put any more time into thinking about it. So, yeah, don't get it. I think it's complete and utter garbage. Alright, so, any thought on the market? Scroll up, you can find some options there. Basically, I'm big on EFI. Did Sushi? Oh yeah, Sushi sold. They sold, though. So, they dumped, didn't pull. As I understand it, dump is, I got a bunch of tokens, and then I sell them without the rest of the community realizing, and because I have so many that I could sell at one time, I drive the price down. Rug pull, as I understand, is when they withdraw all the liquidity that people have deposited and walk away with it. So they set up the farming stake, you put everything in, and then they just take those liquidity pool tokens and withdraw everything. So yeah, all of this, watching all of this happen, watching Hot Dog, watching the problems POTUS had. POTUS is good. POTUS is fine. Dude running POTUS, good guy, trustworthy. He sat through my audit, took it like a champ. The few criticisms I had were just around efficiency and optimization. POTUS is fine. But some people tried to pull scams on POTUS. So what happened with POTUS, what YF Beta needed to have resolved, the problems that I saw with Hot Dog, and like what happened with Sushi where he just dumped. Again, correct me if I'm wrong. I might be mistaken on exactly what happened there, but I'm pretty sure they pulled, that they dumped and didn't pull. Like, the liquidity's still there, the thing's still running. The dude just decided to cash out. I'm like, I can understand doing a little bit because you need your payday to pay your bills, but you shouldn't cash out like that. That doesn't show sign of confidence in the project. But yeah, tell people why fuel's garbage, not to buy it. I'm not saying Sushi is a scam. I'm not really sure. I think the developer just couldn't resist the payday and decided to take it. But I'm not positive. Definitely dump Y-Fuel. As far as buying things, okay, that's what I understand. So yeah, as far as buying things, I'm big on EFI. So YF Beta's good. I think the price is a little high to buy in now, but I think it's going to go up. Like, I'm not sure. I don't really give good financial data or market analysis. I know how the economics work, and I can track out how things will behave under certain circumstances, but I have a very hard time predicting those circumstances. So, oh, nice! 2006. Nice. You guys broke 2,000. That resistance is through. You might actually push through. Nice. Sweet. Yeah, so let's close out with pulling up the uniswap.info and see what they say for the YF beta. We will have that in there, and then we can wrap up. Like I said, you guys are awesome, fantastic. I love all of it and beautiful. I will just say that as I pull this up and get you your YF beta. Yeah, there we are. YF beta ETH pair. Whoa, there's a YF beta farm pair? Did Harvest add YF beta? Neat. Alright, so here we are. Wait.
that YF beta? Yeah, that is. Okay, so... Rample, are you saying... Is that RMPL or MPL? Alright, so looks like you guys might have dipped up a bit, maybe come back down. Like, either way, close enough. You guys, I will be saying you're probably going to break the 2,000 threshold, definitely for sure. But wait. When you said RMPL, Rample has some big news coming? Oh, holy shit, man. I'm so glad to hear that. I like Rample. My personal buys is, while Ample is still below $1, buy. I'm buying so much of that shit. I love Ample. I know other people hate it. I've gone into the economics earlier. If you weren't here, scroll back, go through it. I'm going to be talking more about EFI. I absolutely love it. I think it's going to change everything about economics as people understand and start adapting to it. Other stuff, you know what, you can look at my play wall and see what's there. I'm not real big on, like, trying to go for big gains there. I'm more of a invest in long-term technological advancement. So I don't really do my checks or give a shit on, no offense, it's just not my bag. Like, I don't need to go for the crazy, like, 12,000% increase in these cases. I just don't operate like that. And so, by all means, I'm not sure which one's going to go. I'm not sure what's going to take off. I can just tell you which ones seem to be sound and which ones I've dug into the code on. And so far you have videos for the ones that I've dug into the code on. I'm bought into YFV, YFI, Curve, SNX, lots and lots of Ample, lots of Rample, lots of Based. Was looking at True Ample, but they fucked it up, so fuck those guys. And it's not out yet, but I'm very, very interested in Benchmark. The Mark token, when it comes out, should be very, very interesting. As far as Digibyte, to be honest, I never really bothered looking at them. I kind of just, I don't know, I looked over and figured out, like, you're just another blockchain. Great, we got a lot of fucking blockchains, and I think you're I think they're going to be good. I think they've got some reasonable features built in there. I'm just not sure that they've got enough distinguishing features for anyone to really give a shit. So I don't think they're going to go anywhere. I think they are going to operate reasonably well. And I think they'll have a place in the market because there's just so much fucking room that so many blockchains and other tech can be out there. Like, I don't see that based. Here, let me type that. Actually, if you scroll up, you see the message from me for that too. But I'll be nice and save you the time there and just type the symbols for them again. Again, I am not giving you financial advice. I am not telling you what I think the market will do. I am telling you what I think, how companies I think will be able to, how viable their technology is for having a place in the market. And I am telling you what I am bought into. So, Ample, Slink also. Slink is good. As far as what did you SYFI? Oh, yes. The soft urn. Yes, did take a look there. From what I heard, they fucked up their rebase and screwed up the entire process. So I'm interested in the concept of the EFI Yiffy? Jesus. But yeah, that's, they fucked up their rebase. They fucked up, and as far as I'm concerned, like, I kind of the same case I have with Yams, kind of the same case I have with True Ample. I got a point of, like, look, I don't like to play this game when someone fucks up and causes a lot of problems like that, but like
Look, the game is either idiot or asshole. So, look, based on what happened, there are only two reasonable conclusions for these people. Um, Soft Yearn and True Ample. Either they're fucking idiots and they don't know how to write code that a goddamn kid has managed to figure out, implement better, more securely, and he now has YF beta, or she, I don't know, but apparently some kid has YF beta, and that thing is worth a fucking fortune, and apparently more experienced and supposedly competent people. Um, yeah, that's not gonna work. I'm glad you have that many, but now it's fucking worthless. Yeah, for Soft Yearn, True Ample, Yams, I look at this and like, if you couldn't write this right the first time, either you're a fucking idiot, and I can't to give and I can't afford to give you another chance, and or you're a giant fucking asshole, and you just pulled a scam and made it look like an accident. I'm not saying they pulled a scam. I'm just saying, like, the only two possible solutions are idiot or asshole. Either you're a fucking idiot and you don't know how to do this, and I'm not going to take a second chance on you, fuck off. Or you had your one chance, that's all you get right now in the world of finance. You don't get a second chance, trust me. If you fuck up big like this, you are done. Like, if they had done this, if this had happened back in my old sector where I usually work, they would be facing massive liability and possibly some federal charges. Not even for, like, doing anything like being malicious, just being that fucking incompetent. Like, because that's kind of what all the regulation is doing. So yeah, I'm not going to give them a second chance. I don't care about version 2 of this thing. Another team can come out with something similar. Maybe I can launch it, maybe somebody else can do that. I don't really care, but yeah, I'm not trusting these people to do a goddamn thing with my money. So, Y Fuel, complete and utter scam. Totally, don't buy it, tell everyone to sell it, fuck that shit. Do not let them succeed. Scream it from the high goddamn rafters. If anyone wants to bitch about it, point it at me and I will scream at them on a Zoom call or something. Soft Yearn, they fucked up, or they're either too stupid to do it right and they fucked up, or they hid a scam in a fuck up, in which case, fuck them. And which was the other one? Oh yeah, True Ample. But True Ample's gone. True Ample's taken down. In their case, they supposedly fucked up and quote-unquote got hacked. But again, I'm like, alright, so if you're a cryptographic smart contract developer and you can't figure out how to secure your own development environment so someone can't, like, did they get away with it all? Oh, yeah, there you go, clarify. Yeah. So, like, yeah, in that case is, like, if you can't secure your own development environment to prevent yourself from getting stolen, I don't trust you with my money. Like, I'm sorry, you don't get to write code anymore. You're done. You're out. So, yeah. What is the web... Oh! I will drop that link, and then we will end with what I think will be a nice and interesting little tradition here, and continue. Where did I put that site? Ah, here it is. That's the white paper. Let me link you to the main site. I'd recommend look at the white paper. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, they finessed. That's the point. Is like that's what I'm getting at. Is idiot or asshole. Either you're too fucking stupid to do this job, and they're not going to trust you to run the risk of doing it ever again, or you managed to figure out how to hide your scam in something that looked plausibly like an accident. In which case, I can't trust you with my money ever again. So no. Y Fuel, the wifey, the S-wifey, and True Ample, they're done. Persona non grata, fuck you guys. I don't want to ever hear from you again. If I ever hear you're doing anything again, I will make it my personal mission to destroy your project. You do not get to play in this space anymore. You had your chance, and you completely fucked it up, or you screwed people deliberately. You're done. So, yeah. Yes, warm beer does taste like weed. I don't know why you'd want to share that, but good job. So, there we are. So, with that, I believe like I said, have a way to end our stream, possibly start up another
other one if, like, start up when other ones occur. So, in this case, one moment. Ah, there we go. Alright, so, with this, thank you very much, everyone, for joining us. We will go ahead and close out with what I have deemed as the DeFi prayer. So, if you'd like to join me in that, Uniswap, who art in the chain, hallowed be thy protocol, thy market come, thy arbitrage be done. In law as it is in code, give us this day our daily gains, forgive us for ignoring the price impact, as we forgive those that ignore the price impact, and lead us not into shitcoins, but deliver us from impermanent loss. It's been fun, guys. You're beautiful. Have a good night, and thank you very much for all of this. I would not be here doing this were it not for you, and I would not be doing this if were it not for YF Beta.